We've got 6:01. If you all please rise, join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Welcome and thank you for attending. This is the Township Board of Trustees meeting, the agenda for May 10th, 2022 at 6 p.m. Let the record show all three trustees are present. Mr. Campbell.
Okay.
We'll move forward. Approval of minutes, gentlemen. Item number 1, April 12th, 2022, regular meeting minutes. Do I have a motion?
So moved. Second.
No discussion, gentlemen. Call the roll, Mr. Campbell.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Item number 2, approval of April 12th, 2022 zoning meeting minutes. Do I have a motion, gentlemen, to approve?
Second.
No discussion. Mr. Campbell, call the roll.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Mr. Campbell, do we have any correspondence this evening?
No, sir, I have none tonight. Thank you.
All right, moving forward, we've got proclamations and special presentations. I'd like to give a brief intro for the presentation on Ready Cincinnati from Kim Lauterbach, the President and CEO, and Carrie Pastor, the Director of Community and Investor Relations. Please come up to the podium. Gentlemen, and for the public, I asked Ready Cincinnati to be able to come out and give an introduction and presentation to the Board of Trustees, as I think it's best in our interest to understand, know the resources of what they bring when they close the gap in collaboration and what that can build and do for us. So I'll give the floor to you, Ms. Lauterbach. Thank you so much for taking your time to be here this evening.
Thank you for inviting us. We really appreciate being here. And if
was-
Susan's running my slides.
I'm having technical difficulties, of course, right at the moment, so I apologize. I'm trying to get that up and going, and here we are.
Wonderful, thank you. Well, as mentioned, I am Kim Lauterbach. I am the President and CEO of Ready Cincinnati. And tonight, my colleague Carrie Pastor, who serves as our Director of Community and Investor Relations, is also here with me. So again, thank you for the invitation. If you want to go ahead and go to the next slide, Susan. If you aren't familiar with Ready Cincinnati, we are the Regional Economic Development Initiative, which is a private nonprofit dedicated to driving job creation and investment in the 3-state, 16-county Cincinnati region. We were formed in 2014 by the business community so that we had one organization focused specifically on economic development for that entire region. And our purpose is to unite the region to compete globally. Ultimately, Ready Cincinnati is the first point of contact for established businesses looking to locate or expand in the region. And our services are at no cost to the client because we are an investor-funded organization. Companies looking for opportunities or sites in the region can work with us to find the answers that they need instead of working with multiple organizations across multiple jurisdictions. Go to the next slide. We are a Jobs Ohio Network partner. Jobs Ohio is the private economic development arm for the state of Ohio. We are one of 6 regions that works with Jobs Ohio on a fee-for-service basis, meaning that we have a contractual obligation to help with their incentives, site selection work, and workforce development type services. Next slide, please. You'll see up here a map that depicts that entire 16-county, 3-state region. That makes us very unique in an economic development organization that we would cover 3 different states. And the way that we approach our organization and our clients, we are a credible convener, we are a trusted advisor, and we serve as that first point of contact. You can see, if you can go back one for me, Susan, you can see up on the slide, comes as no surprise to those of you that work in economic development, our top 2 issues are sites and talents. We really bring incentives to the table in the last scenario. We're there to close the gap. We don't make a bad site good, but we certainly help companies get to market, reduce their speed and their risk, and hopefully make them more profitable more quickly, ultimately choosing this region. We are pretty good at what we do. This is our 17th year winning the Matt Conway Award as a top 10 economic development organization. If you go to the next slide, you'll see that in 2020, fantastic year, we released a strategic plan right before the pandemic sent us into remote work. But we built that strategic plan on these guiding pillars you can see before you. Booming business, which is traditional economic development work, increasing our global brand, focusing on sites and infrastructure, and certainly the talent portion of the puzzle, And we do all of that while really unlocking the region's full potential by focusing also on diversity, equity, and inclusion as we recruit additional companies. The next slide will show you the areas in which we focus. So I always say I've never met a project that I don't like. I love every economic development project, but when we proactively go out to prospect, and we do this on a global basis, we're focusing on the industries that you see up on that screen. And that's because we've found through experience and research that these industries give companies an advantage, a better right to win, whether it's through a concentrated workforce, supply chain, or industry leaders that you have access to. So our business attraction strategy would seek to identify leads and cultivate relationships with decision makers in these specific industries. The next slide will show you that we do this, as I mentioned, domestically, but also internationally. Unfortunately, COVID made that a little bit more difficult, but I'm pleased to say that just last week we were able to travel our first international trip in over 2 years. We're taking that same value prop and globally selling the Cincinnati region in those industry sectors to the companies you see on the screen, ultimately driving eyeballs to this region, where we then work with communities such as yours to find a great home for those companies that are growing. If we want to go to the next slide. I mentioned that we do all this at no cost. We are a nonprofit. We are solely funded by our investors and our Jobs Ohio contract. We currently have about 160 investors. They are both public entities and private sector businesses who really believe in the mission to grow the Cincinnati economy, and they think our work helps do that. Therefore, they become one of our 160 investors. And I would say that our formula on the next slide shows you that it's working. In fact, we'll just go to. I'll give you a snapshot of our 2021 results. Through our work alone and in partnership with our investors and our companies, we brought over 7,000 new jobs to the region. Pretty surprising considering we were coming off of a pandemic. It was our second best year ever. So while there is some concept of pent-up demand, it really is a testament to how fast this region is still growing and recovering faster than the national average. The next slide will show you our relationship with Union Township since Ready's inception. Our inception was at the end of 2014. We've worked 6 projects together, but more interestingly, brought almost 2,200 new jobs to this township and our partnership together. Certainly TQL is a great example. I'll talk about that in a moment, but we've also worked with companies such as Hamilton Safe, Overland Express, and Stewart Film Screen Corporation in addition to TQL. We do work in partnership to visit your local businesses. So we've been here on 30 different business retention and expansion visits. The purpose of those visits, check in, make sure businesses are doing well. If there's obstacles, can we help remove them? Again, always in partnership. Typically, we work with Mike McNamara at Clermont County very closely. So I thought all my numbers and statistics are fun, but let's just do a little snapshot if you go to the next slide on TQL. That's certainly, I think, the most notable project and the closest relationship we've had with the company out here. As I'm sure you all know, TQL is the second largest third-party freight brokerage in the U.S. and is the largest private company within the Cincinnati region. The company is continuing to see explosive growth and recently engaged Ready Cincinnati to support their construction and their addition to their headquarter location here in Union Township. That project resulted in 1,000 new jobs and $60 million in additional payroll. You can see the other projects on the screen. Notably, this was the third expansion project with TQL since 2019, and their second headquarter expansion resulted in the 2,094 new jobs that you've seen in this jurisdiction since that inception. They are what we consider a key account, which means that the relationship is managed by myself and my leadership team to make sure that, again, we're removing any obstacles, barriers, and supporting that growth. Since 2019, my staff has been able to secure almost $15 million in grants, tax and service-based incentives to support this growth. Again, typically we partner with Mike McNamara at Clermont County and Jobs Ohio. We have had conversations in the past with Ken Geis, but we're really excited to develop that relationship as we continue to serve this key client. And we'll go to our next slide. I'll wrap up. Just thank you for the opportunity. I love to talk about what we do. Certainly looking forward to a great partnership and happy to take any questions you might have.
Gentlemen, I'll open the floor if you have any questions for Ms. Lauterbach. Did you say it was $15 million that you've secured
In
for the
taxes
expansion?
and tax, yes, grants and tax credits, yes.
Since 2019, here in Union Township?
Yeah,
Just-
specifically for TQL.
Wow, okay, thank you. Gentlemen, I'll let you, relatively new, so I thought it'd be a great opportunity, relatively new information as I learn more and more about Ready Cincinnati. So wanted to be able to open that floor for you.
No, I think it was a great presentation, really appreciate it. I got your folder, I'm gonna be looking through that and digesting it
Absolutely.
a little more closely.
Please reach out if you have questions.
Thank you.
Absolutely. We appreciate the opportunity tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lunham. Appreciate it
Thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you so much for taking the time to present tonight. Appreciate it.
Turn off here.
All right, gentlemen, at this time, I'll move forward to the presentation on Township 2021 Financial Review from Trustee John Becker. Mr. Becker, the floor is yours.
All right, let me get this thing fired up. Give me a moment. Aha, progress. Very good. Okay. Okay, so first off, I did I guess at a previous meeting, I did a presentation on our debt, where that stands, and the runoffs with the principal and interest and such. At the meeting after that, I did a presentation on property taxes. So the question is, where your property, you pay your property tax bill, where does that money go? And I showed how that breaks down into the different school districts and where that breaks down within the township. So what I got in mind is kind of going forward with some of these financial presentations is looking at kind of with the end in mind of a 2022 budget or a forecast, or both for that matter. So I want to take a look at 2021 first. So the numbers I'm giving you tonight are for 2021. And that chart you can see on the screen, now you can't read any of the numbers. We're going to put all this out on the website. And this particular document is on the website. So this is what is known as government accounting. And I can tell you, after looking through these numbers and deciphering different funds and different accounts, and we have, I think, about 30 different funds that we're using, and I think hundreds of different accounts, I can tell you I have a newfound respect for Mr. Campbell and his staff for having to juggle government accounting, because it's not particularly straightforward or easy to deal with. And I'm new at government accounting. I'm used to doing corporate accounting. So what I have on here, again, so this is just the same chart that's been online. It's the year-end financial statement. So what I've circled there, the red circles, is the two columns I look at. So the first one there that's circled is the year-to-date revenue. So since it's full year, 2020 revenue. And then the other column circled is for the expenses. At the bottom, those are just the bottom line numbers. So the revenue for last year looks like it's about $72.3 million, and the expenses was $69.4 million. So when I'm doing other charts, I like to tie back to these numbers. I like everything to tie out, which brings me to the next chart. So this one is the total revenue, and this is called a donut graph. It ties out to the $72.9 million. So I highlighted in there, and it's a little bit busy, what's what. So over on the far right-hand side, you see pass-throughs, $29.3 million, which is about 40% of all of our revenue. So I guess the biggest example of a pass-through we have is related to that some of our debt instruments. One of them called a bond anticipation note. So that is something that we renew every year, and government accounting requires that we count that as revenue when we sell the bond and an expense when we renew the bond. Well, if you think of that as a home mortgage, you don't do it that way. Government accounting, we do it that way. So that's an example of one of the pass-throughs and what I call noise in the data. And then following that, you got the property taxes for revenue, TIF revenue after that, and so on. The next slide takes the noise out of the data. So you take out those pass-throughs, and what do you got left? You got property taxes being kind of that lower left corner is the biggest piece of it. It's nearly 50% of all of our revenues in 2021, which is $21.3 million. And at the very top of the donut chart there, you see the TIF revenue, our second biggest revenue item, 34%, about a third of all our revenue, after you take the noise out, comes from TIFs. That's $14.8 million. Another big chunk of it over there is COVID ARP funds. So we got a chunk of that in 2021, and we have a chunk of that in 2022. But that's an example of money that's not going to be around when we get into 2023. Next chart I have, similarly to what I just went through with on the revenue side, this is on the expense side of it, and this is the full amount. This chart ties out to the first chart that I showed you with the government accounting. This is $69.4 million and the breakdown of it. So over on the right-hand side, that big blue portion of it, those are the pass-throughs. Again, the biggest example of that is the bond anticipation note is about $23 million. That we renew every year. So that's 26, those pass-throughs are total of $26.8 million. It's almost 40% of the total. So other big expenses is the salaries and benefits, and then the debt service. And this is the last chart that I have. So again, this takes the noise out of the data. So you remove those pass-throughs, and you're looking at real numbers. What do you got? So the biggest expense to the township are salaries and benefits, $16.8 million, about 40% of all of our expenses. What I find concerning is the number two source of expense. That's debt service. So that's principal and interest we spend on our debt. Now that's coming down rapidly. So when I do these numbers for 2022. It's going to be substantially less than the $6 million we have on there now, and less than 14% of total expenses. So the takeaways from all these slides is on the revenue side, property taxes is the number one revenue source, followed by the TIF income, and on the expense side, salaries and benefits is the biggest expense, followed by debt service. What I may do, and I'm kind of calling this a dry run, and I've been kind of easing into these finance reports because I'm trying to understand government accounting because it is very new to me. So as I'm going to call this kind of a draft because I'm not sure that I'm always interpreting the numbers correctly. It all ties out in total. I might have some of the categories that are off. I might be going forward. I'm interested in doing something like a TIF runoff schedule because some of our TIFs, again, that's the second biggest revenue source. Some of them are renewable, some of them are not. So I want to look at that runoff schedule to see, how concerned do we want to be and when, and also that bond anticipation note. We talked about when I covered that presentation, we talked about the LIBOR rates, what that was tied to. So I looked up today's LIBOR rates, 2.67. That bond anticipation note is 3.9. So the problem is going to be when the LIBOR rate hits 3.9, and it's getting there quickly, we're going to have some decisions to make. And our administrator has a meeting, I think, in the next week or two with a gentleman that can help advise with that. So to put that in context, how quickly LIBOR is going up, in April, at our April meeting, it was 2.28. At the March meeting, it was 1.38. So again, it went from 1.38 to 2.28 to 2.67. So that's something that continues to concern me. With that, are there any questions for me?
John, thanks for putting that on very much.
This took a lot more time than I expected. I wasn't planning to put as many hours into this as I did.
Well, it's fortunate that you did. I mean, good catch by watching the LIBOR rate. As soon as you started saying it was in the twos, so my memory is triggering that it was about half that previously. So that is very fast, and you've introduced that as a key performance indicator, so that's great. The TIF, the $14 million in revenue, I think that's a smart decision, which you're wanting to chart and look at, because it's my understanding that about 2032, 2033 is where about $8 million of residential TIF revenue falls off. So that $14 million will drop down significantly. So again, it's the long-term planning and the strategic planning that aligns with the actual budgeting here to be set up for success down the road, and that's less than a decade out. Really, when you look at it, look at where we are from today for actual planning purposes, because it takes time to get the infrastructure in place to get a legitimate plan in place. So thanks for doing that, and it makes me think on the economic forecast discussion that we had too with Connor Locker. And with that, he indicated that 2031, 32, 33 was looking a little questionable in the national picture from a financial perspective. So got to really pay attention. We got to really pay attention to the fact that that's set up to have that $8 million. That's what Mr. Campbell's referenced before too. I think you've termed it as the cliff. So, yeah.
So, so we're looking at a loss of $8.5 million. It's the residential TIFs, the law is that you can't renew those. So that is a revenue loss that we won't be able to renew.
That's more than half of our TIF revenue.
Tax incremental financing. So it's a tool that the township has utilized in the past as far as providing an alternate form of revenue to basically steer away from property taxes. So there's a lot more strategy to go behind it or to build around that for the future. But that's kind of where would be building that infrastructure from the ground up right now and today, as far as looking at where the township is today and what the short-term, mid-term, and long-term range is. So, thank you, Mr. Becker. No further questions, board member?
Just one, Mr. Becker, thank you again for putting all this together. The 5.6 million, which is 13% of the expenses, that's the other category? I assumed is that other, because I don't see any other category on there, would also include like road paving, salting the roads, winterizing, would that be included in the other?
I'm probably better off deferring that question to Mr. Campbell, because
Okay.
there was a whole lot in a category called other, and I did a lot of extraction to try to minimize that category, and it was still a big category. And this gets back to the government accounting and all these accounts and the way we have to juggle the financing on that. So it's a whole lot of, Mr. Campbell, do you want to chime in a little better?
So the short answer is yes. So in governmental accounting, the way it works is there are charts of accounts and tables that are built in to the way we do what's called cash basis financing. And that's the way we track our expenses and revenues. But to answer your question, the short answer is yes. So you have like the salt that we put on the roads, the road repaving, maintenance on the trucks, those kind of things that we do is in the other.
And that expense has gone up significantly because of supply chains and the road paving is the same amount of roads being paved consistently for the most part, but that cost has gone up significantly, am I right?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Blacktop has really went through the roof with they use oil to bond the blacktop, so it's fossil fuel, gasoline. So all that's went up drastically.
Thank you, Mr. Becker, appreciate it.
And Mr. Becker, the TIF and property on the expenses excluding pass-through is the 5.5 million.
Yeah.
Did you have any, I don't believe you had any deep dive on that 5.5, but it would be my understanding that 5.5 is essentially applicable to salaries and benefits as well. So even though you may be capturing here salaries and benefits at 16.7, is it fair to say that the 5.5 million is being captured under the TIF and property expenses, but it's, could also be?
If I was able to identify salary and benefits, I put it in the salary and benefits category. That's the kind of stuff I was looking for.
Yeah.
Where I have what I call TIF and property, because if we did a property acquisition, I kind of threw it in that expense. I was initially trying to kind of break those out as two different things, and a lot of it was because I was looking through the reports, it was kind of confusing to me exactly what was what. So I thought it was better just to kind of lump them together.
Okay.
So that's why I call it TIF and property. So acquisition would be part of that.
Okay.
So again, it's part of the issue with government accounting. When we sell a property, that's counted as revenue, which, that's kind of just part of the noise that's still in the data.
Okay. There'll be more to come, I'm sure, and more to come on, again, Susan's kind of falls in line with items I've talked about as far as Township Administrator's operating budget that's presented, that's public facing, and strategic planning and how we put things together moving forward. So it's fantastic. So, Mr. Becker, appreciate the legwork ahead of time on all these actions.
More to come in the future.
Good to go. Any further comments? All right, we've got a busy agenda tonight, gentlemen, so as we move down through the agenda items, I do want us to speak to the purpose and hold our board comments to the end as well, because we'll probably address any of it as we move through our agenda items. So I'm already noting we're at 6:25, so at this time, move forward. Any public comments this evening? Are there any public comments you'd like to join? Yes, please. Oh, didn't see it.
My name is Jack Austin. We live in, I got three things I want to say, and I got to get one of them out of here. Sorry. Chestnut Court, which is right running with Clapper that you guys put out there. And that's one of my questions. What was the purpose of Clapper? The street next to the lakes? Anybody?
I'm not,
Let me, I want us to be able to, I want to hear your concerns, and if there's something that we need to research and go back on, we will, and we'll task the
Okay.
staff with
Sure.
it.
I
This
have
is real-
concerns.
This is really.
Have
the
some
public-
problems and concerns.
This is really the public's time right now, so I want to give you the time for you to make us aware, make the board all aware, and then if there's something collectively for us to speak about in board comments, we can do it at that point in
Okay.
time too. But we're taking your information, so if we get your name and your contact, your address, we'll be able to hopefully work it through any open-ended questions or close out anything that you may have.
Well, yeah, my name is Jack Austin, 1153 Chestnut Court.
Austin,
Yes, like the capital, Texas.
1153 Chestnut Court.
Correct.
And
And
what
again,
is
what
it-
was the street you're looking for, or asking about?
I'm sorry.
Klepper Lane.
Oh, Klepper Lane.
Oh, okay.
And so what are the issues or concerns
Well,
that you have with it? And
The
that's,
main issues are, my wife and I have been married for a few years. And we lived in Anderson Township, and we sold our home to move out here because we thought it was going to be a quiet, peaceful place to live. We got to where we are now. We love it there. We bought the place. But now that street that's been put in has been the most noisy place I've ever been. I can almost tell you what times. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, at 6 o'clock in the evening, and probably sometime around 7 o'clock in the morning. We get people going through there with loud exhaust. And it seems like when they go around that bend and came right about even our house, they'll push in on the clutch and rev the engine real good. I don't know why, because I don't know who they are, so they can't get even with me. That's one of the things. It's a very busy street now, and never understood why it was put in. And we've all done nothing but put up with a lot of noise. And there isn't anybody in that complex that doesn't hear it. Even though all the way at the far end, I'm at the very back, at the far end of the entrance, people up there can still hear it too.
So you're inquiring about where it connects now with Buxton Road? Just because of that connection, that intersection, now you got a lot of traffic on Klepper? Okay, want to understand.
So that's a lot of concern because the funny thing is, when I came here to find out what they were going to be doing over there originally, when you started working on it, I hate to use this word, but I got a lot of lies. No one would tell me anything and acted like it wasn't any of my business. And that's wrong. It is my business because I pay taxes here. Okay? And so do people sitting over here. They pay taxes to live here and get no answers. And so now it's time they ask the questions. And I'm sorry, more people that complain aren't here right now. And I don't understand why they didn't, but maybe, whatever the reasons are. So that's one of the main things I'm asking about. Now, I find out, and I see guys doing, what do you call it? Survey, property survey between, bless you, Clapper and where my house is. There's guys going down through there doing, marking land. Are you going to build something there? Is there something going on that we don't know about? I'd like to know now so that I can understand it. I don't want to have to move again. I'm getting too old for moves, so I'd like to, I'd like to know what's going on, and so would the other people here. And everybody in the complex will know, because we'll make sure we'll send out a letter.
My name's Carol Austin. One of our concerns is that woods is beautiful. There's a lot of wildlife,
There was.
trees. It takes away the carbon that the cars make. And we went to the office right over there, and they said it had already been zoned to put property houses on there. Is there usually when you're going to have a zoning, you have a sign that's up somewhere, and we've never seen any sign. Do you not do that in Clermont County? That you're going to be, because all the trustees agreed to that. And we who live there are going to lose part of our little, it's not our property, but it's beautiful. We have no say. That's wrong.
Thank you, calling just Carol and Jack, Mr. and Mrs. Austin. Thank you for the concerns. I've got note down your address, the location, the history. I want to keep our board moving on agenda. This is time for public participation, to be able to hear from the citizens. I hear you. I've got notes on this. Trustee Becker, I see you writing, and Trustee Dills, I see you writing. Our administrator is writing. This is the first time that I've heard from either of you addressing any concerns, so we want to look fully into it.
Room over there.
If I may, before you leave this evening, could I pass you some information and get a phone number from you? And I'll be
Yeah.
happy to give you a call in the morning, and we can talk a little bit about some of the concerns and what's going on in that area. I think it might be a great way to handle that.
That'd be great.
Yes.
Fantastic.
There's,
So
I hear where you are and I hear your concerns, and there's more to be able to have a conversation on, but in respect to the overall
You have to
public time,
follow
I've got your notes down, so if there's any
I'll
additional
come over in a second.
items,
We'll get
we
you
One
want
quick
to hear them.
additional thing, I do miss my deer and my coyotes.
Thank you, Mr. Austin. I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
You know, also, I just pulled it up on Google Maps. I can see exactly what you're talking about, what the problem is. That's it. Yeah,
So,
we'll get back to you.
Ma'am, do you have a public comment as well? Would you like to step up to the podium for me? And please, Kathy,
I live out at the end of the commons
If I-
as well.
Kathy,
Pardon?
Kathy, what, I didn't, get-
Crow.
in the microphone. Grau?
Crowell. One of the things about adding, first of all, the road, we've sort of gotten accustomed to that, but now they're talking about putting all kinds of buildings, apartments, or homes in there, in this fairly narrow strip of land. We have 30 feet beyond our property line into the woods. And then it belongs to, I guess you guys, I'm not sure, it used to belong to the school, all that property. And now they're going to build on it. Those are big old trees in there. There's all kinds of wildlife. You take those trees out, and we're worried about carbon dioxide and our environment, and you knock all those out, put buildings in, and the animals are all gone, the birds are gone, the trees are gone. And Union Township is turning into cement heaven. It's just every piece of property. I've lived here 20 years, and I'm ready to move because it's just too much stuff anymore. So,
What's your address?
pardon?
Address?
My address, 1200 Lamplighter.
So, all right, thank you, Ms. Crow. I've
Yeah.
got your comments as well, and the staff will follow up. There's been certain business that's been in work prior to this board, so,
Okay.
but we'll, in purpose of public participation and for the board to hear you, we hear you. We've got notes on this. We'll definitely have the staff connect, but we've got this issue identified, And in effort to move forward with the agenda, we're going to continue to move forward. Do you have-
Just a question. So you said school. Are you talking about the former Glen Estee site, or are you talking about?
Yes,
I
Glen
thought-
Estee School
I thought we were
owned,
talking about the Imbus site
It's
over by.
It's Glen
Glen
Estee.
Estee site.
It's Glen
Yeah.
Estee. So,
owned that
Okay, so I
land.
want to know which part you're talking
Yeah.
about. Okay.
So the
Thank you for
problem
the
is
clarification.
South of your house. It's on the south side?
I don't know which way would be south.
Southwest,
I
maybe?
guess it would maybe be southeast more. 32's over there,
Okay.
close by. And now there's going to be more and more traffic because I understand they're changing all of that. It's just become a nightmare, but to take all those woods away, all the wildlife away, would be a sad thing.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And there's Ms. Crowe here as well. If you want to hand that to Mr. and Mrs. Austin.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, this time, is there any further public comment? Yes, sir.
I will try to be brief, sir.
Okay.
I live at 1248 Duncan Drive. I want to address the situation at 1253 Duncan. This went on all last summer, and it's starting again this year. And these people are down there. There's 2 adults and 1 minor child lives there, teenager.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes,
May I-
sir.
May I get your name?
Donald Totten, T-O-T-T-O-N, I'm sorry.
Donald, can you spell it one more time?
Yeah, Totten, T-O-T-T-O-N.
Okay.
Okay.
Please go ahead, thank you.
Again, I'll try to be brief. I got 2 aspects of this. They're shooting high-powered weapons down there constantly. I mean, constantly. This is going on every weekend, all day Saturday, all day Sunday, sometimes during the week. It starts about 11 or 12 o'clock in the morning and goes till 6 or 7 o'clock at night. Not only are the residents shooting, they're inviting their friends over now, and all their friends are bringing their guns over to shoot. These are only half-acre lots. These houses are maybe 30 feet apart from side to side. And the worst part of it is this entire neighborhood is fed up with it. I've talked to a lot of them. This noise is just relentless. You can't even sit outside your house on a nice day or an evening, early evening, and without hearing this boom, boom, boom. It's constant. I mean, constant. Now, keep in mind, I don't have anything about guns. I've been hunting all my life. But this is just ridiculous, and it's out of control. And with all his friends coming over now and bringing their guns, you might have 6, 7, 8 people down there shooting at one time. It's like I said, it's relentless, and it's ridiculous. Last Sunday, Mother's Day, they had something down there that was exploding. I was in the military in an artillery unit. I know what an artillery cannon sounds like. This thing was every bit as loud as an artillery cannon. It was rattling the windows. I don't know what it was. But there again,
1248 your address or the problem address?
1253 is the,
1253 is the problem
The
address.
problem address, okay.
Yes, yes.
I'm looking at it on Google Maps, trying to
Yeah,
see the pictures
yeah.
that they got going on.
Yes, sir, yes, sir. But like I said, again, I'll try to be short, but this, and I can't emphasize enough, the drive-through up there, the guy that owns the drive-through, I've talked to him. People won't even come in that drive-through with this guy down there shooting like this. It's ridiculous. He's losing business. Everybody in the neighborhood's upset with it. It's relentless. It's ridiculous. Guy wants to shoot an hour or so, I don't have a problem with that. I really don't. But this is going on all day, every day of the weekend, and sometimes during the week. I know the police have been down there 6 times, probably in the last 6 weeks. I've seen them. I don't know what they're doing or who, I don't talk to these people up there. The other aspect of this is the safety part of it. Oh, let me back up just a minute. They had posted Facebook Sunday, where she posted pictures of them back there shooting. Their teenage son is back there with a high-powered semi-automatic rifle, and he's shooting this thing from the hip. And he's got one finger on the trigger and one hand on the gun stock, and he's shooting as fast as he can shoot, and the barrel's going all over the place.
yeah.
It's ridiculous. It is very ridiculous. It's reckless and it's unsafe. The safety aspect of this, I just wanted to mention real quick. Their property butts back up against the nature center property. And there's a strip of land that runs up behind these houses on Duncan that goes out to Teal Town. It's only maybe 1,000 feet wide or so. On the other side of this property is Shore Park with all these trails back in there. These bullets have to be flying through the woods. I've done enough shooting in my life to know better that they're not. And it's gonna take one time. One time, one bullet, somebody's gonna get killed. Over there walking on these trails, these people's families, their pets, everybody back in there, it's gonna take one time. And I just can't believe that he is being permitted to continue this. I can't understand it. And like I said, I will try to be short, but that's my two major aspects of it. And a lot of people in the neighborhood got a real serious problem with it, and there's the safety aspect of it. If I would have been handling a weapon like she's got on Facebook with her teenage kid, my dad would have tanned my hide. It's just ridiculous. It's reckless and it's dangerous.
Thank you.
If you all want to contact me any further on this, I'll leave my number. I wish you would. I've got a lot more I could tell you. But I really wish that we could look into this situation. Thank
Absolutely,
you.
we'll be in touch.
Have
Thank you very
your-
much.
You want me to leave my number with?
I think, did you send an email this weekend through the
I
website?
did.
I've got your phone number already.
Great, thank you so
Uh-huh.
much. Thank you.
Thank you,
Everybody,
Mr.
thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, this time, we have additional for public comment. Yes, sir.
How are you gentlemen this evening? Robert Hunley, 4076 Dove Street. At the end of the last meeting, last month, something was brought to my attention that made me realize we've gotten off track of what I came up here for in February. What I originally came up here for in February was to abolish these two rules about leaving decorations at the Scatter Garden and at the columbariums. I brought you a few pictures here I'd like you gentlemen to look at. May I approach?
Yes, please.
Mother's Day was Sunday. And first picture
Okay.
is Mother's Day balloon at the columbariums. As you can see on all those pictures, people are working around the vases. The vases are secondary. Even if you allow the vases to come in, because I talked to Mr. Taylor here before the meeting, he said that the one that I have, the columbarium I have, they can't make adjustments for the vases. They have to figure out something else. But the new ones you're going to order are going to have thicker faceplates on them so that they can accommodate vases. But technically, still not allowed till you get rid of Rule 23 and 24, which says no decorations are permitted in the columbarium area. No decorations are permitted in a cremation scattering area. Memorial Day is in 2 weeks. I would like you gentlemen to vote right now to abolish both of those rules. We miss Mother's Day. We don't need to miss Memorial Day. Memorial Day is a veterans holiday. It started right after the Civil War to recognize the sacrifices of people who fought in the Civil War. There are people who are over there in the military, but Memorial Day is for everybody. It's not just for people who's been in the military. Now, I understand Mr. Taylor here told me that basically the doors that I have are not going to be able to be modified to accept a vase. I get it. I showed you gentlemen last week that little thing I had kind of made a mock-up of that would work in place because it attaches to the granite. I also told Mr. Taylor before the meeting that if I move my wife out of the cemetery, I have to pay for the faceplate that already has her name on it. That's basically my property. That was explained to me by the lady who runs the cemetery. Once you get in there, if it's solid, nobody's in it, you don't have to worry about it. You can recoup your money on your sale. But if you sell it to somebody and it's got a name on it, they can't obviously use that door for somebody else. So I kind of feel like I own those doors. They're my doors. But we need to abolish these rules tonight. Memorial Day is before the next meeting. I failed. Mother's Day was last Sunday. I didn't realize that till obviously after that meeting. But we need to abolish these rules before basically you can move forward even to get bases. And you can see from the pictures that people are working around the vases. They're using suction cups, they're tucking them into the sides, they're leaving them on top of the columbariums, they're leaving them on the ground, they're leaving them everywhere. Nobody really is worried about a vase. They're more worried about leaving a memento for their fallen loved ones. That's where I'm at.
Okay.
And yeah, like I said, we need to abolish this rule tonight, because Memorial Day's in, what, 2 weeks? May
Right.
30th.
Thank you, Mr. Hunley. So we hear you on this. This is new information on Rule 23 and 24. We've got to give our staff adequate time to take a look at that. The board needs to stick to an agenda of moving forward when the board has board comment time later to have discussion, if there's discussion on this item, or if someone wants to present as new business. But if that is, if I'm capturing your note correctly, Rule 23 and 24, that's what I've got listed.
That's what
We'll
it
get
is
the
on this
staff, we'll
folder.
continue to move forward, so.
Well, now,
appreciate
in
it.
February, when I came up, that was my original request,
Okay.
was to abolish these rules so people can leave stuff. I brought the vases as a compelling argument to convince you gentlemen to be on my side to abolish these rules. So the problem's been in front of the board since February. And there's really not a lot of discussion. I mean, Mr. Taylor, you did say that the new columbariums will have thicker doors on them, correct?
Mr. Taylor may have, please address here.
Okay.
And Mr. Taylor may have updates for us as we get to his section of the reports tonight, but that's why, in interest of the public's time and the agenda, that we have to continue to move forward.
I
I've
understand.
got your business noted, and we will be working through it.
So you're not gonna take a vote?
We can always call a
That's not
special
the
meeting.
agenda right this second, so we will be working through it.
Mr.
I
Hunley, if
appreciate
you
Mr.
stick
Hunley.
around during my comments at the end of the meeting, I'll be more than happy to address everything you just said.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Hunley. All right, gentlemen. This time I've got 6:47 on the clock. Is there any other public participation tonight? Yes, sir, please approach.
I'm Chris Hicks from 444 Woodward Court, Cincinnati, Ohio, 45255. Before I start reading what I already gave you that I'm going to read, one of the issues, I think, with rushing the citizens along is that you only have one meeting a month instead of 2 meetings that you used to have. I think it's essential that this board goes back to 2 meetings a month to allow both for more citizen input, not to rush people along, and to allow follow-up in a timely fashion. Once a month is not enough. Okay, now I'm going to read the remarks that I'm going to read. Mr. Logue, last night at the Chamber $50 reception to meet your elected officials, I sought to ask you a question about Law Director Brody Conover, which I believe is sitting right there. I had provided the question in advance. We did not talk there. I'm going to ask my question to you now in public participation. I'm reminded of your public participation on October 24th, 2019, when you stood here at this podium and asked questions to trustees for 20 minutes. They tried to answer your questions, and they allowed you to have follow-ups. You and Brody Conover, the new Union Township Law Director, seem to have gone to Lebanon High School together for 1 year. What was your pre-existing relationship with Brody Conover before he and his firm was hired by Union Township as Law Director without any open request for proposal process or any competitive bids? And why are you paying him $265 per hour when the cap you all approved in January was $199 per hour for a law advisor for Union Township? Further, Mr. Conover submitted a law director proposal on or about December 22nd, 2021. When I asked for records of him being asked for a proposal or for the submission of a proposal, I was told no records exist. So who solicited the proposal? When? What non-public discussions took place? Further, Ms. Ayers communicated to me that Brody's proposal was delivered to trustees in person. When did that take place? Was it a group meeting or was it individually? Finally, you have stated that Mr. Barbier, the former law director, has a conflict of interest serving Union Township. If so, why is he being retained and paid in addition to Brody Conover? I realize that I've asked a few questions. That is why I emailed what I am now reading to you in advance and provided you a copy on your desk. If you don't mind, I'd like to stand here to hear your answers and be allowed to ask any follow-up questions. That's what you did on October 24th, 2019.
The information regarding the hiring of the law director has been made available to you via special records and/or occurring in open public meetings. Does that conclude your remarks?
You have not answered pretty much any of the questions I had about why there was no competitive bid, why there was no RFP, why we're paying $265 per hour for a law director when you yourself voted that the cap would be $199 in January. You have not told me about how that proposal was delivered to you. You have not told any of us about any meetings that took place around that proposal that none of us were privy to. Would you care to address any of those things, Mr. Logue, or do you continue to want to hide on this issue?
Excuse me. The information regarding the hiring of the law director has been made available to you via special records requests and/or an open public meeting. We have your comment. Thank you for your public participation. Does that conclude your remarks?
No, I want to continue to ask you about how, for example, that was delivered. What you keep referring to is a record request that was responded to me as there are no physical records. Just out of the air, a proposal from Brody Conover dropped into your lap on or about December 22nd, and he managed to get hired as law director at about 50% more than the hourly cap that you yourself voted to approve without any competitive bidding or even any RFP whatsoever. I'd like you to address that and quit evading the question.
The purpose of public participation is to hear from the citizens. This is not to argue and debate.
I'm not arguing or debating. I'm asking a simple
Does that conclude
question.
your remarks?
Would either of the other trustees care to tell me how, when, and where did you receive Mr. Conover's proposal? Ms. Ayers has stated that that was delivered in person to you. Is it an unfair question for a citizen to stand here and ask you, how were you delivered that proposal? When, and was it individually or as a group? Is that an unfair question for a citizen to ask?
For the third time and final time.
I'm not asking you, Mr. Logue, I'm asking the other trustees.
You address the chair. The information regarding the hiring of the law director.
Why don't you ask the other members if they'd like to
has been made
comment
available to
then?
you via special records request and/or occurring in open public meeting. You have all of the information.
No, I have, but there is no
It is reasonable to yield the
information.
floor so our employees and viewers can move forward with the agenda.
So
Does
I
that
just want the
conclude
record
your
to show
remarks?
the absolute evasion. And Mr. Dills, if you won't comment, and Mr. Becker, you won't comment, then you're part of it. Why is it that people will sit there silently for this man or to cover up something that should not be being hidden from the citizens about how this happened and why there was, just answer the simple question, why was there no competitive bidding? Why
Mr.
was
Hicks,
only one lawyer
Mr.
engaged?
Hicks, you have generated more than 120 hours of special records.
That's a
requests.
lie.
This township is doing phenomenal on that. Does that conclude your remarks? I have addressed it over 3 times now. We have to continue to move forward
I
with the
think, Mr.
agenda.
Logue, you've addressed nothing, and by fact of addressing nothing, it just tells me that there needs to be more inspection and more focus. One thing I think that you all could be wise to remember is that the easiest way to deal with me is actually just be transparent. Just tell the truth. Quit trying to hide things, like not even answering the simplest question, why was there no competitive bid, and how was the proposal delivered? But you've made clear, Mr. Logue, that you're going to evade any questions, and that just should tell everybody in this room that there's something going on here, that we're paying 50% more per hour than you approved in January for somebody that you went to high school with in a situation that involved no competitive bidding. But I thank you very much for confirming that there's something going on that smells here about how Mr. Conover was hired. Thank you, Mr. Logue.
All right, at this time, is there any further public comment? Hearing none, we will continue to press forward with the agenda.
Dog parks would be an issue.
In the microphone so the public can hear you. Mr. Becker said that sometimes when you look at each other, the microphones do not pick up. He said in reference to the dog parks. Fire and Emergency Medical Services Chief Stan Diamond, for our department reports, please.
Thank you, Mr. Logue. For the month of April, the fire department handled 167 calls for service for fire and service calls, 553 emergency medical responses that involved a total of 555 patients. The paramedic units made 393 transports to local hospitals. The department completed 1,563 man-hours of training, participated in 22 public education details. We had 154 hours of training right along time on the paramedic units, and we completed 44 fire safety inspections, and that concludes my report.
Gentlemen, do you have any questions for Chief Donnelly?
Thanks, Chief, appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Chief. Appreciate it. The Police Department, Chief Scott Gaviglia.
Thank you, sir. This report for April 2022, the Communications Center handled approximately 480 total 4,800 total calls for service for the month of April. They processed approximately 480 juvenile and adult court-related documents. The Public Affairs and Crime Preventions, we hosted several citizen riders, conducted ALICE training at some local businesses, and our CPA alumni and police department worked the Crime Stoppers drug drop-off and paper shredding, taking in more than 70 pounds of prescription drugs. That's the Crime Stoppers' major fundraiser. That's where they generate the money to pay for the tips, so it was a big success. The weather seems to be awful every year, but thank you everybody that showed up for that. On the patrol side of things, we took 335 incident reports, investigated 103 crashes, conducted 424 traffic stops, issued 154 citations and 292 warnings. We took 552 field interrogation cards, made 133 criminal arrests, 93 traffic arrests, and we served 143 warrants. Investigations to date has closed 106 cases. In April, there was 160 hours of training for the police department, and fuel cost was approximately $12,000 with 36,000 miles driven. Also want to take this time to thank the trustees for your thoughtful consideration on the new firearms. Your quick action on that allowed us to purchase that early. We have the weapons in, and we'll have everybody trained by the 1st of June, so thank you for that. That concludes my report.
Gentlemen, any comments for the chief?
Chief, on 424 traffic stops, 424, 292 of those were warnings, 154 citations. Tells me that we're being nice to the public, not just giving out tickets all the time, so that's good. So,
I came from the school where the citations are reserved for the worst offenders. Sometimes a written warning will correct a lesser driver behavior or a vehicle defect with just some kind words.
yeah, fair enough. And then there was a shooting at the apartments, right?
Yes, sir, I have a little bit more on that next month.
Fair enough, roger that. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Chief. Moving on, Service Department, Mr. Matthew Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Logue. In the Cemetery Division from April 1st through the 30th, 20 burials were performed, generating $10,250. 21 resident graves were purchased, generating $11,550. 4 columbarium niches were purchased, generating $5,500. The total amount generated for the period was $31,639. In the Roads Division, a total of 55 work orders were completed on township roads, and junk days were held from April 25th through the 30th. We collected 12 Packer trucks, or filled 12 Packer trucks, 18 30-yard dumpsters, 7 30-yard dumpsters for recycling and metal, and 35 refrigerators. In the Parks Division, the staff performed the monthly playground inspections, and the necessary repairs were made, and staff finished mulching all the township facilities, and pre-emergent was applied to all landscape beds. And that concludes my report.
Gentlemen, do you have any questions for Mr. Taylor?
Mr. Taylor, 675 potholes repaired in the last month.
Yes.
You guys are busy. Appreciate
yes,
that
sir.
very
Thank you.
much, very much. And just for public to know, if anyone reaches out to any of the trustees, the first thing we do is notify Mr. Taylor, and he's on it. Him and his team are on it ASAP. So appreciate you guys very much. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Becker. Thank you very much, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you.
Moving forward, Planning and Zoning, Mr. Craig Flouty.
Thank you, sir. I'll start with the April inspections and violations. There were 60 inspections, 12 complaints with 4 unfound complaints. There were 5 warning citations, 3 15-day noncompliance letters, 2 30-day violation letters. There were 6 resolved with and without action cases, 462 illegal signs removed, 9 miscellaneous issues completed, 13 total monthly violations, with 8 reinspection of violations completed. The 2022 permit activity for April, there were 2 commercial permits issued, 6 change of uses, 13 signs, 1 temporary sale, along with 13 single-family home permits issued, 9 additions, 6 decks, 2 accessory buildings, and then again, our largest was the pool and fence permits at 22 issued for a monthly total of 74 permits and a total revenue of $11,785. And that concludes my report.
Gentlemen, any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Flowey. Doing a good job.
Thank you. I see honestly, it's still an eye-popping number. The illegal signs removed, 462. There's no way that we had 714 in March when we put that request in. Thank you for getting that move in when I put that request in. And, 714 in March, 462 in April, January and February, 0. I don't know what the numbers are. I don't have them in front of me from, November, December, et cetera. But I gotta imagine, we've had some signs sitting out there for a long time, and this has been a service that's been basically either underfunded on that contract for it or in disrepair. So this is fantastic. I mean, there's a lot of residents it's your township, and you take pride in it, and sometimes it can just look like there's trash when there's illegal signs everywhere. So, thank you very much. Great work on that. 1,176 total year to date. I mean, I think we're gonna go for a record this year, so. Moving forward, administration report, Ms. Susan Ayers.
Thank you, sir. I will try and keep this brief. Just to let you know, the open checkbook is up to date through the end of March. We are excited for a lot of events this month. First of all, the Farmers Market starts at the Civic Center parking ride on May 27th from 4 to 7 p.m. It'll continue every Friday after that. So we're looking forward to getting that started. The baby box has been installed at Station 50. It is working through some training and testing issues to make sure everything is working up to date, and we look forward to opening that up soon. More information come as we're able to confirm a date, but that will hopefully be soon. We are working with Clermont County. I wanted to thank them for their help to get some grant funds to demolish a couple of properties. So we are working through trying to limit the township exposure and get some potential grant money to help take down blighted property. Online permitting and discussions are still ongoing. Mr. Flowey's been having good discussions with iWork to get that portal set up. So we're looking forward to getting that done. We also have a restaurant, Taziki's Mediterranean Grill, is opening up at 450 Ohio Pike, Suite 110 on May 27th. So I know the trustees have been invited to that ribbon cutting, and we look forward to them coming to town. I personally love the restaurant, so I'm excited to have them closer. Wanted to bring one other item to the group's attention. I met recently with Lieutenant Governor Husted's office. They brought up an interesting program to me that I wanted to make sure the trustees were aware, but also some of our local businesses and companies. They're starting a new program called Tech Cred, which is effectively state support for companies to train their workers and get them credentials. So great opportunity to get some money from the state to help train workforces, or if you're in the public trying to get additional certifications. I'd encourage people to check out www.techcred.ohio.gov. Seems like a great program. Wanted to thank some of the staff here for doing some great jobs this week. Junk Days was incredible success. I know Mr. Taylor and his crew worked incredibly hard, so I just want to say thank you to them. And then also, we've had these ongoing discussions about police uniforms and costs. Chief Gavigli and his staff worked to achieve and receive a grant from the Ohio Attorney General's office in the amount of $4,567.50 to defray the costs of those uniforms. So just such a great job on them to get on that right away and get that award pretty quickly. So we're excited about that. As I have been taking over, I've been trying to work through some staffing issues and make sure that we're making some responsible, thoughtful decisions moving forward. One of those areas that I think we've discussed in the past of wanting to make sure we're updating is the idea of our communications. When the previous communications manager resigned, how do we want to handle that moving forward? In order to do that, I am going to be entering into a short-term contract with Procom Strategies for 6 months to help update and modernize, push out more information on our public social media and our communications. Using a short-term contract so that we can make sure as we go through this next step of process that we're getting the right solution on board for the township. Just wanted to bring that up, and we're going to start pushing out some more information and all the good stuff that's going on in the township. The other thing I've been working on that I would like to just point out, if there's any input that the trustees would like to get to me, we're going to be working to update and modernize a lot of the policies and procedures and the manuals that we have for our staff, as well as our policies for how we handle business. So if you have items that you think need to be updated, I just ask you to bring them to our attention, and as we work through this project, we'll present them to the trustees at a later time. But now is the time, if you have input on things that need to be changed. We'll be reaching out to groups of stakeholders to also solicit some input. I've reached out to Board of Zoning Appeals, reached out to the Zoning Commission, trying to get input from different stakeholders. So if you have any of that, we would welcome it. Other than that, that's what I've got at this time.
Gentlemen, any questions for Ms. Ayers?
Ms. Ayers, your second month, you are absolutely doing a fantastic job.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, and really, thank you very much. Thank you,
Thank
Ms.
you, sir.
Ayers.
Great work, Ms. Ayers. Just a couple quick comments. Yeah, really happy to see the Tazikis get the closure, so thank you for rooting out the details on that. Gentlemen, I got a message over from Josh Girth, the business that originally reached out to the Anderson Chamber of Commerce, so then I kind of rolled the ball to the Clermont Chamber of Commerce and Ms. Ayers, and they were able to get it coordinated that, no, you're actually Union Township, and so we're happy and looking forward to being able to welcome them. And that's phenomenal. So great to have something like that. That's a unique, not chain restaurant, and but always good to work well with our partners and collaborate. Speaking of collaboration like that, Ms. Ayers, yeah, thank you having that follow-up meeting. I had sat with Derek Chancellor, Lieutenant Governor's office, and spoke a little bit about that tech cred. Thank you for digging into that. It's a force multiplier in the area. Just spoke the other night with Carrie Byrne, president of TQL, and they're going from kind of a logistics company to more of a technology company. So we're always looking at those avenues and how we can better support them and collaborate. Let alone that, there's a lot of businesses in Union Township that, again, as we see the business and retention meetings moving forward, that it's always good to know the additional resources that are there, so you can just be a force multiplier and be agile to get something forward to help the business community. Chief and Susan, thank you so much again on the Attorney General's grant, running that down. You absolutely stand out with the personnel, with the policies. Over the years, over the 2 years that I've been here, I've had question and concern with the personnel policy manual being dated 2016. Often I've questioned that we probably need to update a few things, especially as we look at just employee. There's a specific question that came in previously on 35-year employees and what their benefits look like, et cetera. But just be great to have you run that down through staff. So, and then I believe the IT manual, so I thought 2016 was kind of out of date. But I believe the IT manual, correct me if I'm wrong, it's 2006. Is that correct, Ms. Ayers?
I believe it's 2007, yes.
2007, okay, 2007. So, there's always stuff constantly evolving with IT, and, we had, a couple weeks into my term, we had the Ryuk ransomware happen, local governments, especially larger ones of size like ours, are large soft targets for those type of attacks. So you really got to look at IT as an infrastructure cost and plan for that. So really appreciate you running that down. Thank you very much, Ms. Ayers. I will keep us moving along. At this time, we'll move forward to our public hearings case. Mr. Flutie, would you please introduce zoning case 1-22-Zulu, major amendment of planned development, formal plan for the KRR Real Estate by Mark Rumke?
Yes, sir. So this case is going to be a major amendment application. The applicant has submitted an application requesting a major amendment to an approved PD plan development district formal plan for the proposed recycling campus along Winey Creek Boulevard. The proposed PD major amendment would include increasing the size of the construction and demolition debris facility by 4,800 square feet, relocation of the building, parking, and drive aisles, and to allow for the storage of recycling equipment during construction. The proposed major amendment is located near the intersection of Winey Creek Boulevard and Olive Branch Stone Lick Road in the southeastern quadrant of Union Township. Some project history: in 1991, the zoning for the property was changed from R1 residential to M1 industrial, and then most recently at the March 8th, 2022 trustees meeting, the property was approved to change from B1 business to PD plan development. The subject property is currently zoned PD plan development. Property in the immediate vicinity is zoned B1 business and R3 multifamily development. Some staff review and analysis: upon review of the proposed expansion and relocation of the proposed recycling campus, it appears consistent with the PD district general conditions and permissible uses. Overall, the planned use will result in a design that will better suit the operation before physical construction begins. The additional square footage to the construction and demolition debris sorting facility will allow for a better fit for the conveyor system needed. The building location has been adjusted and rotated 90 degrees clockwise to meet EPA regulation guidelines of ensuring the building is 100 feet away from any property lines. Additionally, the applicant has requested that a gravel pad be constructed prior to construction of the building, allowing the applicant to store recycling equipment for the time being. The storage area will allow for less of a strain on the equipment, as it will only have to be moved once, and it will be temporary until construction is complete. Once the campus is complete, the drive will be paved, provided in the plans. After reviewing the new site layout, storage areas and pavement have significantly changed. The proposed storage area under the overhead power lines to the west and main entrance drive should remain in grassy vegetation. The grassy area versus gravel storage area will help cut down on dust and noise surrounding properties, along with keeping the proposed use less visible from Winey Creek Boulevard. The action is in accordance with Section 680 through 687 of the zoning resolution, that the Board of Trustees is to enter into a motion to approve with some modification, or deny the applicant's request to approve a major amendment to an approved PD plan development district as submitted, and with any further modifications as deemed necessary by the board. Please note that all previous required modifications from this case still remain into effect. The two recommended modifications is: one, provide vegetation under the overhead power lines and to the west, subject to administrative review and approval, and provide a list of accepted recycling items that will be accepted with the public drop-off bins. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Flaherty. At this time, is there anyone here to speak as a proponent for this case? Please come to the podium, state your name and address, and I'll swear you in for the record. This is a public hearing.
Mark Rumpke, KRR Real Estate, 10090 East Kemper Road, Loveland, Ohio.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
So help me God.
Thank you.
I just want to make a comment. I didn't see Craig's comments until I heard him tonight, that the recycled storage areas will be 50% recycled concrete and 50% recycled asphalt. It's I'm part of the Construction Demolition Recycling Association and on the asphalt committee. And in Wisconsin, Michigan, Minnesota, states that have a large percentage of gravel roads, they've been using this mixture of 50% concrete, which is in the consistency of 57s or what you would put down on your driveway, limestone and small rocks, and 50% asphalt. And I didn't bring the little baggies of asphalt. I did at the previous meeting, but it's almost a consistency of coffee. I mean, it's so fine. And when those two are mixed together, they really create no dust. wish I had a video of a truck traveling down the road and hitting a gravel road and hitting a section of this, and it eliminates the dust. Are you using it in those states, trying to get it passed in Ohio, but there's not a lot of gravel roads in Ohio, but a lot of driveways, a lot of parking lots, and so on and so forth. So I just want to state that that's what will go in those areas, so we will not have dust. And then in a large part of or in part of the area where we're going to be doing the recycling storage, is going to be mulch. And when you get to places that have large piles of mulch and all that, you know, it tends to be a layer of wood on the ground, which also controls the dust. So that's pretty much it. Got any questions for me?
Nothing this time. Thank you, Mr. Rumpke.
Thank you.
Yeah, you do. Mr. Runge, so I don't have an objection to what you're doing here. I really appreciate you bringing the business here to Union Township. I guess what I'm concerned about, I guess one of the things that made me excited about your project, you coming here, is that the people have been looking for the ability to recycle their household goods. We talked about that the last time you were here. So since then, I guess some questions came up exactly, what would the timing of this be? Will residents be able to drop this off like 24/7? Are you going to take if somebody's going to drop off a sofa or a mattress, would you take all this and it's going to be free to the residents? So help us to understand what the plan is with the recycling for the residents.
Well, I believe Union Township has a contract with Rumpke for the recyclable material and the collections, correct? I mean, you have bins out, or I guess it's the solid waste district that has the contract for Clermont County. So we are providing a concrete pad, 20 foot by 40 foot. We're talking about putting, I believe it's 5 to start out with, 5 of those 8-yard dumpsters. But we're making the pad big enough for 14 because I can't remember what township it is, but I think it's Miami Township. That's the biggest site that they have, and I think Union Township's going to get a lot of activity. Not looking at having it 24/7 inside our facility because, I mean, we don't have the security and the illegal dumping and everything else, so. But, we're open up 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday, and we're open up 8 to noon on Saturdays, so it will have that accessibility. In regards to couches, bulky items, everything you had in the junk cleanup, we will take in that material. It's going to be $60 a ton for that type of material, but if they bring in just a couch or something like that, you're talking a couple 100 pounds. I don't have a rate chart off the top of my head, but it'll be reasonable.
Okay, so furniture kind of stuff won't be free for residents, but their household stuff, paper, cardboard, cans,
All the
bottles, that sort of
recyclables
thing?
will go in those dumpsters, and the solid waste district pays for that out of the $4 a ton they collect.
Okay, so it's free to, at least there's no charge specific to the residents?
No
As it's
charge.
included in their taxes? Okay. If while you're, I guess, doing the final plans on this, if you can find a way to put, maybe a dumpster or two that's outside of your secured area, that people could have 24/7 access, if that's a reasonable possibility, I think that would be appreciated.
Okay. I want to be a good neighbor, so I'm a little leery of because I had recycling dumpsters outside in a public park in my neighborhood, and construction guys and everybody else just filled them things up all the time, so I don't know.
Okay.
I'll do the best I can.
Thank you for your consideration.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Rumpke.
At this time, is there anyone else who would speak on proponent testimony of this public hearing? At this time, is there anyone who will speak as an opponent? All right, hearing none, we'll close the public comment and public hearing and open it to the board. Board, do you have any comments, concerns The action being put in front of the board tonight, this is to act in accordance with Section 680, 687 of the zoning resolution for the Board of Trustees to enter into a motion to approve with some modifications, or deny the applicant's request to approve a major amendment to an approved PD Plan Development District as submitted. And with the further modifications deemed necessary by the board, recommended modifications 1 and 2, providing grass vegetation under the overhead power lines and to the west, subject to administrative review and approval. And item 2, provide a list of accepted recycling items that will be accepted with the public drop-off bins. And those are items that the applicant is aware of, correct, Mr. Flouty? And that they're working through with your department for final approval on.
Right, once
So
we get
that's-
to the permitting phase, yeah, yep.
Correct. So, gentlemen, is there any further comment, discussion, or do we have a motion at this time?
So whenever we get hit with a zoning case, I always call our administrator, so Ms. Ayers, and then Mr. Flouty's in charge of our zoning, he's as our interim zoning director, and him and I had a conversation. I talked to one of our zoning commissions, and I always ask, give me the pros, the cons, playing devil's advocate, and I heard none on this one. So I see no problem with it, so.
You have a motion?
So, okay, yeah, I'll make a motion in accordance to section 680-687 of the zoning resolution. The Board of Trustees enter into a motion to approve the PD Plan Development District as submitted, with any further modifications deemed necessary by the board, which there is none.
With the items 1 and 2, recommended
Oh,
modifications.
I'm sorry, with items 1 and
Sorry.
2 with modifications.
I will
Affirmative.
second that motion.
No further discussion, gentlemen. Mr. Campbell, call the roll.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Congratulations, Mr. Rumpke.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Rumpke.
you.
Mr. Flouty, at this time, may introduce case number 2-22-Oscar.
Yes, so this will be our last case tonight. The applicant is JM Civil Engineering, and the property is located at 601 State Route 125. The applicant has submitted an overlay request seeking relief from provisions of section 602 of the zoning resolution in order to develop the former Wendy's location into a Take 5 oil, which will include a new structure, parking, landscaping, and related site improvements. The applicant is proposing a focus overlay commercial corridor district classification within the Ohio Pike State Route 125 commercial corridor. The subject property is located on the southeastern corner of State Route 125 and 9 Mile Tabasco Road in the southwestern quadrant of Union Township. Some background information: the subject property was originally developed as a Wendy's drive-through restaurant. Since that time, the establishment has been vacant, with various temporary sale use occupying the parking lot through seasonal times. Now the applicant seeks to acquire the subject property to demolish the existing structure for the proposed new development. Staff review and analysis: a review of the proposed development indicates compliance with the adopted land use plan and the intent of the overlay district regulations. In this particular instance, the development of this frequently vacant parcel will allow for the construction of the new building with a new site layout as to enhance the existing visual impact along this heavy traveled corridor. Overall, there will be a large reduction in the impervious surfaces. This proposed development does not require as much parking, allowing for more green space on this particular corner. Landscaping has been provided within this application. Additional landscaping should be included along the parking space area and along the curb in front of the area where vehicles will be exiting the service bay. A low evergreen hedge would be preferred, helping shield headlights and parking from neighboring properties and roadways. The applicant has proposed a new building with a flat roof and 3 service bays. Elevations for the building is included, showing signage and materials to be used. Split face or masonry materials should be included within the design to help enhance the highly visible building. Monument-style signage is a standard style of signage throughout the new developments along State Route 125. However, a masonry base and planting area will be required around the base of the cabinet with the maximum height in this location not exceeding more than 8 feet from grade. A dumpster location is provided within the plan. The dumpster enclosure shall consist of 3 sides being of masonry or split block face material. The action required tonight is in accordance with Section 1310 of the zoning resolution that the Board of Trustees is to enter into a motion to approve, modify, or deny this focus area overlay district application as submitted and with any further modifications as deemed appropriate by the board. Some recommended modifications should the board choose to grant favorable consideration to this overlay district application. 1, monument-style signage will be required at the height not to exceed 8 feet from finished grade. 2, an upgraded landscaping plan shall be included showing landscaping around both the parking and exiting service bay areas. 3, an updated building facade shall be included in the plan showing masonry or block finishes around the base of the structure, subject to administrative review and approval. And 4, provide a rendering of the dumpster to include split block or masonry material construction, subject to the administrative review and approval. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Flato. At this time, is there anyone to speak as proponent testimony on this public hearing? Please come to the podium, give your name and address, and I will swear you in for the public record.
I'm Bob Manous with JM Civil Engineering, 1101 Central Expressway, Allen, Texas.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
The staff has made 4 modifications, and we are in agreement with all of them. So with that, I'll take any questions that you might ask.
I do not have any.
Mr. Becker?
In addition to not having any concerns or objections to your project, I really want to thank you for doing it. It's something that I've been interested in, rather than concentrating on new construction, of course, important. I wanted the blighted buildings to go away first. Now, the businesses could move into an existing building or level it and put up something new. I had 2 buildings in mind all along. One of them is at Winey's that you're now taking over, so thank you very much. The other one is where Starbucks used to be, and I believe it's going to be a Outback Steakhouse. I'm not sure what the timing of that is. So I really appreciate what you're doing here in Union Township. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Absolutely, appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it. At this time, is there anyone else that'd like to speak as a proponent? Is there anyone that would like to speak as an opponent? Hearing none, I will close this public hearing portion and open it to the board for discussion. Gentlemen, the action being asked of us is to act in accordance with Section 1310 of the zoning resolution. The Board of Trustees to enter a motion to approve, modify, or deny this focus area overlay district application as submitted and with any further modifications as deemed appropriate by the Board of Trustees. So either as submitted, but there's recommended modifications, items 1, 2, 3, and 4 that are with it. And as Mr. Flaherty stated, the applicant is aware of those recommended modifications, and we welcome the investment there, as Mr. Becker had stated, to fill those blighted and empty vacant buildings in Union Township, because they are out there and you can find them, and it's great to get businesses in them. So we appreciate your support and appreciate your investment in the community here. Gentlemen, any comments at this time?
Yes, sir.
At that rate, do we have a motion? Would you like to make the motion, Mr. Becker? Mr. Becker.
Vice Chairman?
I'm going to have to read it from your page. I want the motion from. Okay, so make a motion in accordance with Section 1310 of the zoning resolution. The Board of Trustees is entering a motion to approve or deny this focus overlay district application as submitted with any further modifications as deemed as appropriate by the Board of Trustees.
And so,
That's a motion to approve.
yes, I was going to say, I'll clarify the motion is for approval with those recommended modifications, items 1, 2, 3, and 4.
And I will second that motion.
No further discussion. Mr. Campbell, call the roll, please.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dills. All right, gentlemen, we'll continue to move forward. Old business on the agenda item, I have none that is listed. No surprises? Okay, appreciate it. We'll continue pressing forward. New business, item A, we have the approval of payments. I'm seeking a motion to approve the payments as prepared by Mr. Ron Campbell, the fiscal officer. Do we have a motion?
So moved?
Second.
No discussion, gentlemen? Mr. Campbell?
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Item B, seeking a motion to approve the monthly financial report as prepared by Mr. Ron Campbell, the fiscal officer.
So moved?
Second.
Any discussion, gentlemen? Hearing none, Mr. Campbell, call the roll.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Item C, seeking a motion for approval of purchase orders exceeding $10,000 as recommended by Ms. Susan Ayers, Township Administrator. I will give her time to present the purchase orders at this time.
Thank you, sir. We are asking for your approval this evening for purchase orders in the amount of $42,164.99 for Total Equality Logistics. This is the March 2022 reimbursement. $27,100 for radio maintenance agreement to Mobilecom, or excuse me, for Station 50 restroom remodel and the baby box installation for WHW Enterprises. $11,894 for radio maintenance agreement with Mobilecom. $10,155 for turnout gear for new hires for Phoenix Safety Outfitters. $16,000 for Locality Media Incorporated for a service agreement. $28,000 for Fleet Core Technologies estimated fuel usage. $38,422 for police uniforms from Galls LLC. $36,385 to FAAC Incorporated for interactive mobile firearms and force options simulator.
Gentlemen, any questions for Ms. Ayers at this time?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Ayers, if I may just verify, the interactive mobile firearms and force options simulator, and I can probably pitch it to
Yes.
Chief Caviglia as well on this one. As I read that, I just want to clarify, that is a reference to do the research on making an update so that we can better provide resources for our officers for on-the-line roll call training in the police headquarters, correct? With the, I believe Milo system is one of the systems, or so you can do the interactive, just like there was a shooting at West Clermont, or not a shooting, I apologize, not to alarm anyone. There was a gun in the building. But our officers are able to go through that. It's my understanding that our officer had some altercation with the student that day, so you can have those scenario-based training events. Is that accurate? And I'll give the floor to you now, Chief Caviglia.
Great. Thank you, sir, and thank you for your consideration. The force multiplier you may have heard referenced in the near distant past as the FATS machine, right? Firearms Training Simulator. And back when I started, it was always just kind of a shoot, don't shoot, and it was real slow and skippy, and it was kind of hard to negotiate with. About 10 years ago, we purchased an updated system that allowed those scenarios to branch off based on the officer's interaction with the scenario and the operator. And it went really well. The future is here now where the scenarios move at a rapid rate. We're able to use all the tools on our belt, including voice inflection, and this helps our officers. Unfortunately, in Union Township, we've had several officer-involved shootings. We do have to respond to resistance, not frequently, but often. And policing can be real at Union Township. Proud to say we have never had an officer hurt, and we do the job. And this is a tool that really helps us. It's also, we use this tool for education for our Citizens Police Academy. We've put reporters through it when you get asked that question of, hey, why did you do this? Well, it's hard to explain, but it's easy to show by running through one of these scenarios. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Chief. Appreciate that explanation. All right, gentlemen, if there is no discussion, again, we're having open discussion, but we're seeking the approval of purchase orders that exceed $10,000.
So moved?
Second.
No discussion, gentlemen. Mr. Campbell, roll call, please.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Item E, we're seeking, item D, amendment of rules and regulations for the Union Township parks. We're seeking a motion to amend the rules and regulations for the Union Township parks to allow domesticated animals within the parks and set regulations for such uses. Item 2, to prohibit metal detecting within Union Township parks. Ms. Ayers or Mr. Taylor, who would like to give, is there any further explanation on, or introduction on the subject?
I can certainly run
Okay.
through this, and I'm actually going to put a copy
Great,
of
thank you.
these up on the screen. These are the draft park rules that have been in place, I believe, since 1989, but have been amended twice previously. The question came up from Trustee Dills at the last meeting about potentially allowing animals in the park property. So we have drafted some potential rules for your review. I believe it's important to note that this would allow domesticated animals, cats or dogs, in the parks when on leash that is no longer than 6 feet, unless they are in a designated dog run area, which is commonly what you see in the parks where there is enclosed in fencing designated particularly for that use that would allow you to have your animals off leash. This sets rules making the owner, keeper of the animal responsible for picking up any feces that is deposited at the park, also for the conduct of the animals, trying to make sure that the animals do not become a nuisance to those that are using the park system. It also sets some rules about using animals that are not, you cannot use animals in the play or stand-in areas unless they are service animals, that would hopefully allow for enjoyment of all for the park facilities. I'm happy to take any other questions. Oh, I apologize. The second part of this being that while we were looking at the reviews, Mr. Taylor raised a concern also about receiving some calls about whether or not metal detecting can be done in the parks. While I fully appreciate that as a nice outdoor activity, the concern would be that frequently results in digging up the park property. And we do not want to encourage that and the potential hazard that could cause for other people. I can't imagine trying to use the park facility and not anticipating there's going to be a hole from the metal detecting, and then what accidents can happen there. So we are asking also with this to amend the rules to prohibit the metal detecting to the extent it causes undue disturbance to the park property, to avoid those kind of holes, maintenance issues, and potential problems for others.
Thank you, Ms. Ayers.
Gentlemen, do you have any questions for Ms. Ayers on this topic? And I'll open us up for discussion. So we're seeking a motion to approve item D, to amend the rules and regulations for Union Township Parks. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
A second.
And then discussion, gentlemen. I'm sure that there's some information to be shared. I for one, I'm looking out here and I see people that have talked to me about allowing dogs in the park or their interest to want to allow dogs in the park for over 2.5 years. I'll break us from, that's part of the reason why we need if you came out here tonight in support of the dogs, if I could get a show of hands if you came out here tonight to want to speak about dogs in the park. Okay, so we've got a few people that want to speak specifically to dogs.
No, are you gonna supply, are they gonna supply bags, disposable bags, and, that's all I needed. Or put up signs, this will be a fine if they leave waste.
Yes,
So-
Mr. Taylor's given us the head nod that that's the verification, that is all a part of his plan. I know that I've sent him, a picture or two, signs. Anderson Township Parks here's a sign, and it actually it's state law for picking up animal waste and having that. So there's simple solutions to it. So, yep. Is there a further, ma'am? Yes.
I'm just in favor.
Hi, my name is Karen Spradlin. My dad was Union Township trustee in the 70s and the 80s, so I feel at home here. I'm a pet partner evaluator and instructor for therapy animals, and what that means is that the animals, mostly dogs, 95% of them, visits hospitals, nursing homes, schools, and whatever. And the people that I've come across that are for the parks say the dogs are a member of our family. So when they go to Veterans Park for all the soccer, and all of the activities. They leave their dogs at home, and they don't particularly like that because Dad can watch the kids and play with the dog at the same time. Most of us are good animal parents. And what that means is we are educated with our dogs. We know their reactions. We know their interactions. A good dog owner socializes their dog before they ever come to the dog park. They make sure they have obedience training before they ever come to the dog park. I realize that there are people out there who don't obey the rules and who might occasionally let their dog defecate somewhere. That's not a good thing, and maybe you'll hear of some of those. But for most of us, we take care of our dogs. We won't let them walk on the path where the people are jogging in the summertime because it's going to burn the paws of the dog's feet. Things like that. We won't let them go out if there's a lot of salt on the ground because the salt will eat the pads of the feet. It has to be salt for the dogs, and I know that public people can't do that. It's too expensive, right? So for me, I am very much approval of the dogs, but I am also one who is not afraid to say anything. If someone walks away from that pile over there, I'll take care of that one. So I thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Well, that's the key word right there, communication and education. So thank you. All right. Yeah, gentlemen, sorry, it was a little bit of a curveball. We don't have formal rules and procedures for the meetings essentially, so
Oh, I think
as we can ad lib a little bit. I know,
Great to
I see faces that are here month after month, and I see some new faces that are here, so my only assumption was they were looking for their time or opportunity to say a few words, so.
Is there anybody else
From
from
the
the
board?
audience?
Yeah, anyone further? Fantastic, seeing none. Mr. Becker, you had a few words?
I do. So I'm not a dog guy. I did have one when I was a teenager, and I am by the way, I do have a grand dog. So my daughter has a dog. Playing with that this weekend. So as I've kind of just bumped into neighbors, the residents of Union Township, having some conversations about dogs, and their thoughts on this topic about having the dogs in the park. I think each person I've spoken to with various concerns usually has to do with, the doggy bag's going to be available type of thing, was generally supportive of having the dogs in the parks. So in addition to that, where I got a lot of feedback was on social media. So I got on a Facebook site, was it Mount Carmel Past and Present, whatever that's called, and also on Nextdoor, and got literally hundreds of comments. And I read every one of them. And then somebody who was on Nextdoor suggested doing a poll. I'd never even done a poll before on social media. So anyway, I did a poll. It allowed me to put like 6 questions on there. And so the poll reflected largely what I was getting, and I did ask, it's no way scientific, but I did ask that, Union Township residents only would vote on it. And there was 329 votes, and out of those votes, only 21% just said no dogs. So the vast majority, 79%, was in favor of dogs, and then trying to get kind of a breakdown on that as best I could. Do you want it in one of the parks, all 3 parks, any parks off limits? And the consensus on social media and based on my conversations with people is all out. Dogs allowed in all the parks with the caveat that we have the poop bags available, and that is a post-it rule, and that people walking their dogs are expected to be, follow rules and be respectful and pick up their poop. So I'm all for it. I think largely the public is as well, from what I can tell.
I am not surprised by your polling results. Appreciate it, Mr. Becker. Mr. Dills.
Thank you. First I want to ask a question to Ms. Ayers and Mr. Taylor. So hypothetically, if this passes in favor, number one, Mr. Taylor, have you researched, do we know a cost yet for the signs to be put up stating the specific rules? And then I'm going to call them dog mitts, to clean up after the dog. Do we know a ballpark of a cost for that?
For the signage, it's about $1,500 per park.
Okay.
And then for the dog park fencing, it's $15,000 per park.
Okay. Fair enough. So 1,500 for new signs and to supply
That's the bags.
the bags and all that. Okay, and also roughly, how long would it take to put the signs up?
I could have the signs made probably, in a couple of weeks.
Do you think a month would be sufficient?
Yeah.
Okay.
The only delay would be is if there's any supply problems with getting the dispensers.
Okay.
These are matters that we would order, so
Yeah.
we're subject to everyone's type of supply chain issues at this point. But if this
Fair
is
enough.
passed, we'd be able to start that process right now.
Fair enough. So, Mr. Chairman, the motion that I'll present, not right now, in a second after I get done with my comments, would be pending getting those signs and getting them put up is when it'll be effective. I don't want it to necessarily be effective today without the signs and the mitts being there available for the residents. But what about, can you explain penalty for breaking the rules? I let my dog off a leash, it runs around, and you're caught. Whatever that means, what is the penalty for that? Do we know?
Most immediately, there are provisions in the rules for you to be asked to leave the park immediately if you're causing a disturbance and not following the rules. There is also Section 20 that I have up on the screen now, that penalties that does allow for a minor misdemeanor offense, which is a fine. So theoretically, someone could choose to call the police. The police would respond to the extent they're able to do so, and it can be a finable offense.
Fair enough. Okay, good. So, in playing devil's advocate on the side of not in favor of this, I've had a few constituents say that mostly at the Veterans Memorial Park, the helicopter park, the walking path would need to be wider because it's too narrow. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to ask your thoughts on that. Does that seem feasible? Does it seem, what do you think?
Some areas would be a little challenging. You might be able to, so around the soccer field, it's fairly wide right now.
Fair enough.
Some areas, it's a little narrow just because of the lay of the land.
Fair enough. Okay.
That was all we had to work with.
Okay. And then also another concern was dogs, adults not being adults and letting their dogs off leashes and also cleaning up after their dogs. Those are the top three concerns I heard from residents. And by the way, I guess I needed to clarify my comments from last month. I guess they're taken out of context, or I didn't explain very well. Union Township does not have any parks that we operate, I guess the key word is we operate, that allow dogs. If you go to Shore Park, you're allowed to take your dog there on a leash. And if you go to Ivy Point Park, you can take your dog there on a leash. However, we do not own Ivy Point Park. TQL does. And Shore Park is ran by the Clermont County Parks District, not us. So I want to just, I guess, have ownership and apologize for not explaining that thoroughly, but we do not have any Union Township parks that allow dogs currently. So I called Anderson Township, one of the trustees there, and because Anderson allows dogs, I called Batavia Township. They allow dogs. I called Miami Township. Most recently, spoke to the administrator, Jeff, right there, and asked them all the same questions. Tell me the good, the bad, and the ugly. You all allow dogs, and we don't. And they were kind of taken back by my question because they didn't even realize that we didn't allow dogs. They just, so it was kind of assumed. And I said, well, tell me, have you ever had issues with, dogs off leashes? Are they biting people? Dog fights, things like that. And none of them had any issues or concerns that came to their mind within the relatively recent, distant past. They couldn't recall any of that. I said, what about cleaning up after your dog? Issues with that with your service department to clean that up? Is that an issue or whatever? And same thing. They said, yeah, of course it happens, but it's, it doesn't seem to be that big of a concern. With that, look, and I agree with Mr. Becker. I asked a lot of folks, saw it on social media. I would say it was about an 80-20 in favor than against. And look, this is liberty and freedom. The parks are your parks. You all pay for them. And is it right for us to dictate what you can and can't do in your parks? No, in my opinion. And so if every surrounding township allows dogs, and I'm getting word from their leadership, no, we really don't have an issue. People love their dogs. They bring them to the parks. They're a part of our family. And my wife and kiddos would agree with that. They want to take their dog to the park. And so I tell you this much, when I ran for office, I said I want to listen. I want to listen. And a couple of you in this room, I see you, called me asking about dogs. And so I'm hearing it loud and clear that the folks of Union Township would like to be able to take their family member of a dog to their parks, that essentially the residents own. So that was my finding as well.
Gentlemen, I believe we're all on the same page there, double down on everything that you just stated, and you just stated, Mr. Becker. I mean, so I don't want to lengthen this part of it. I'm just excited to have this collaboration on this board, be able to bring this agenda item to the agenda. Past issues have been a concern on the animal waste, and it's not been presented on the agenda for discussion. So we are excited. I'm excited about this moving forward, this opportunity. The two changes, I mean, again, this is a kind of a surprise. The initial rules were passed in 1989, and then the rules were amended by the trustees in 2006 and 2009, and since then, they've not been touched. So one, I appreciate Ms. Ayers and Mr. Taylor for also introducing the metal detector, because I believe these two changes allow the township to really help maintain the parks as a usable resource for as many residents of the community as possible, and having the appropriate rules and regulations in place helps to promote transparency and expectations for all park users, and it manages the liability the township incurs from the operation of these parks. So I'm in support of it, and I just want to have one clarifying question on you hit it for the cost. There's $1,500 per park. The $15,000 on chain for fencing, is that something we're committing to by just allowing the rule change now, or is that we're just opening up the aperture so that the government can be flexible and agile and supportive of what the people want down the road?
You are simply opening up the discussion at this point in time. That expense would need to come back before this board in the event that we finalize exactly how we want to handle it. We didn't want to be so presumptive as to assume you were going to allow this to then get that started for this evening. This would also allow us a bit of time. I have started some conversations with community groups and some businesses about potential sponsorships of the dog parks. So obviously, with this, we want to see if there's any way we can help limit some of the township liability, and we'll continue to be able to bring that forward to you as we're able to do so.
Phenomenal, great solution. I'm really happy to be able to see that, be able to utilize that if it would be through the Community Improvement Corporation as the 501c on that. That's phenomenal to be able to have that, so thank you. Gentlemen?
Just one more thing. So, Mr. Taylor, I'm going to kind of err to you on your guidance on this. You know these parks better than anybody else. First, if you think there's room at our parks, Clermont Park's a lot bigger than Veterans Park, to even put up a chain or a fence there for dogs to run around. I'm going to err to you on this one as far as land and area, and if it's feasible to do that. I'd like to see it happen, but if it can't, it can't. I understand if the land's just not there, but because for example, right down the road from Veterans Memorial Park, the helicopter park, you have all those apartment buildings and condos. Those folks own dogs. I'm sure they would like to be able to have the ability to let it off a leash and go, right? But so you can't really do that in Union Township. So I'm going to err to your expertise on that. But yeah, I would like to see, at no cost to the taxpayers, for these fences to be put up. I mean, Purina's right down the road. Would you like to sponsor this, Purina, and pay for this and have your sign put up? Man, that'd be a great idea. So thank you, Ms. Ayers, for spearheading that very much.
Yes.
Yeah, one final comment that people had mentioned on social media, just to clarify that this is built into this because it hasn't been mentioned yet, is that the dogs will remain off limits in playground areas. So if it's talking to ball fields, soccer fields, children's swing sets and such, dogs are still prohibited in those areas.
Well, this will be one final for the staff to kind of either just turn through or review, but to put it out there. I'm not sure what the pro cons would be as far as registration, if that'd be too messy of an administrative effort, but I'm thinking of a user fee also for alternative funding on that. So if you want to charge a user fee, because I do want to bring my dog, but it goes back to the fact the taxpayer's already paying for it. So I'm not a strong proponent, just want to ask the question and have that addressed. So.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am, you've got. Probably there's no user fee.
But I am opposed to actual, excuse me, I thought you could hear me, my voice is
Well, the people on the recording would not, so.
Okay. Again, Karen Spradlin. As a pet partner evaluator and instructor, I am opposed to off-leash parks. And the only reason I'm opposed to them is because you're going to find parents like this, the dogs are over there, they're paying no attention, and if anything's going to happen, it's when the dogs are off-leash. That's when there's going to be dog fights, or could be, because it's a proponent. You have some dogs who gang up on other dogs. I've seen this. So for me personally, I don't allow my dog to go to any dog park except for Wags Park, which is now closed.
Okay.
For that reason, I've seen too many injuries.
Okay.
So that's just my thinking.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. Sir, do you have an additional that has not been stated, sir?
Yes. There's a park, dog park over.
Up to the microphone, please, so the speakers are picked up.
There's a dog park on Red Bank Road, okay, off of 125. You make a right-hand turn off 125, you're on Red Bank. You'll go up, you'll see a large bank building. There's a driveway pulled in there. Down behind there is a park. We have taken our dogs there, every one of our dogs we've had. Even the one I have now is the smallest one we've ever had. Take the dog down to the park and let it loose. The dogs, we don't have any problems. I've never seen but one dog fight. It was broke up immediately. Dogs run around through the park and they play with each other, and dogs will be dogs. They're like kids. They might get ganged up on. As soon as you break it up, everything's okay. And nobody uses a leash. They've got water to drink, and there's benches for people to sit down on. Just let the dogs run and the people talk.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Austin. I believe it's Otto Armletter Park. So yes, the staff will be on that. So gentlemen, at this time, I'll, sure.
So I think I told Joe this maybe, but where my condo is in Florida, my wife's and I, they have a lot of dog parks and stuff like this. And I just want to echo, I'm all for dog parks, like separate from allowing dogs on leashes. But it's not just a matter of put up a chain link fence. A good dog park has things like recirculating water, obstacles that dogs like going up and down, different pens for small dogs versus large dogs, and such amenities for dogs. And they can be a great thing, and I'm sure that in the big scheme of life, they don't really cost that much. But I would suggest if there's some companies that do that kind of stuff, put out a request for information for a few companies that do it, that is there a place in Union Township that we could have one, and what would you advise? And you might be able to get some free consulting work from somebody that's experienced with it. But I think just putting up fences is, sleeves out of the vest. But actually planning, and even not in parks maybe, but figure out a strategy for a park that's specifically a dog park or an animal park that's separate. That's the way it is in Florida. They don't just put a pen up in the middle of some other park. They actually have a place you take your animals. And like I said, I don't mean to be redundant, but it's not one pen, it's different size animals, and you can choose what place you want to put your animal. My dog likes it small, but she likes to go into the big dog pen, and it's always worked out great. So thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much. All right, gentlemen, at this time, we will roll call for, we've got the motion on the floor to approve the dog parks. Discussion is closed, and Mr. King will call the roll.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Lowe?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, thank you, everyone, on that.
Just for record, when will it be effective?
It's going to be effective when Mr. Taylor has the logistics in place. It's event-driven, not schedule-driven. So event-driven, not schedule-driven. Now, as far as the motion to authorize, that's the authority that he needed from the board tonight.
I believe
Correct, if
the
there's any-
resolution goes into effect in 30 days, though, because it wasn't an emergency. Is that
Yeah,
right?
the resolution will go into effect in 30 days, which should give us sufficient time to make sure the signage is up.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, moving forward, I'll say as I move forward with this, I'm not surprised by having the different ability of engagement there, and thanks for the flexibility with that, but that's also, I think we tighten up our rules and procedures up here, how we operate and run meetings, but that also gives the onus as we are doing new and exciting things. I mean, 20 minutes there for something that's been on my mind for 2.5 years. Working sessions, those type of opportunities present themselves. And that, to me, specifically ties back into the strategic planning I've been referencing, and also, Mr. Taylor, the master planning for parks. So thank you very much. Gentlemen, I'll continue moving this forward. Thank you for the added few seconds there. We are to item E for seeking a motion to establish the Union Township Parks and Recreation Committee. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Yes, second.
So, asking for it. Any discussion, gentlemen, on this?
No, sir.
Mr. Campbell, call the roll.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, gentlemen, item F, appointment of members to the Union Township Parks and Recreation Committee. This is for an appointment following the representatives to the Union Township Parks and Recreation Committee for the following initial terms. Term expiring December 31st, 2022, Rich Gleason, Sally Werman, and for a term expiring December 31st, 2023, Judy Wing, Katie Campbell, and Molly Lloyd. Do we have a motion to appoint?
So moved.
Second.
So
Any
may-
discussion?
May I be heard briefly on
Yes,
this
please.
matter?
Yes.
First of all, I wanted to point out, we were, in trying to get this committee established, we wanted to stagger some of the terms so we were not consistently turning over the committee every single year. So I appreciate the people that have applied and have been flexible with their time so that we could have this initial term to have staggered terms. What I think didn't get on here is that also the bylaws call for a trustees representative to be appointed as well as a staff representative to be appointed. I'm recommending Sean Hartness as the staff representative from the service department. So I just asked if that would be considered in this motion as well as a trustee member.
Yes, modify the motion to, modify the motion to include Sean Hartness and then a trustee member. I'm seeing a finger go this direction. That sounds like a great one. So the motion has been modified to include Sean Hartness and trustee Joe Dills, if the record would show that. So at this time, is there a second on that motion?
Was Mr. Dills agreeable to this? He's just kind of.
That's fine.
Okay. All right, then Mr. Campbell, roll call?
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, gentlemen, moving forward, item G, we have appointment of JED 1 Ivy Point JED Board membership. We're being asked to appoint a worker member, new appointment, 4-year term expires June 27th, 2026, and business, new member, new appointment, 4-year term expires June 27th, 2027. We've got JED number 1, Ivy Point Board of Directors. Recommendations, for new appointment, Chance Trumper, Cincinnati United Contractors, is a worker member for 4 years. Term expires June 27th, 2026. And Dan Gabbard, Facilities Manager at Total Quality Logistics, as the business member, as a new appointee, for a 4-year term, June 27th, 2027. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion, gentlemen? These are, Mr. Campbell, call the roll, or, yes, call the roll.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, gentlemen, move forward. We've got item H, appointment of JED 2, Jungle Gym's JED Board membership. This is to appoint, reappoint the following representatives for the Union Township City of Milford JED District 2 to serve various terms pursuant to the execute JED agreement. The JED agreement has been in place. The township member, new appointment is for a 4-year term expiring March 15th, 2026. And this one's for a township member.
This is typically a trustee.
Yeah, as I was gonna say, as a trustee, you have.
I'll make a motion for trustee Becker. for this
Oh, he's getting me back. I accept the challenge.
So we have a motion on the table. I believe we have a second on the table. This is for the term that expires March 15th, 2026. Yeah. Roll call, Mr. Campbell?
Yes. So, Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, gentlemen, it's time. We've got item I, appointment of JED 5, West Clermont High School JED Board membership to reappoint the following representatives of the Union Township, City of Milford JED, District 5, to serve various terms pursuant to the executed JED agreement. This is a worker member reappointment for 4-year term expires March 8th, 2026. And a township member, new appointment, unexpired term of March 8th, 2024. Recommendation for Randy Gebhardt, the principal for West Clermont High, as a worker member, 4-year term of March 8th, 2026. And trustee as the township member for a new appointment. Do we have a trustee interested? You're into all the financials. I'm gonna look your, okay?
Lay it on me.
So, the motion we'll ask for is for Randy Gebhardt and trustee Becker.
So moved?
Second.
No discussion. Mr. Campbell, roll call?
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Gentlemen, at this time, moving forward to item J, appointment of the JED 7 Round Bottom Road JED Board membership. Appointment, reappointment of the following representatives to the Union Township, City of Milford JED, District 7, serve various terms pursuant to the executed JED agreement. This is a township member reappointment for a 4-year term. Term expires December 10th, 2026. So again, this is township member. I will look this direction again if there's interest. And do we have a motion on the table for trustee Becker as the township member?
So moved?
Second.
Roll call, Mr. Campbell.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you for taking that all on, Mr. Becker. Item K, the OKI, Ohio, Kentucky, Indiana Intermodal Coordinating Committee. We have a motion to designate a trustee representative as the appointee for the OKI Intermodal Coordinating Committee membership for 2022-2023, and to designate Susan Ayers as the alternate designee. Is there a motion for which trustee to be the representative?
Make a motion for trustee Logue.
Okay.
Second.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. That makes sense as I'm on our representation on the OKI. No discussion. Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Gentlemen, item L, letter of support for the Brent Spence Bridge federal grant application. This motion is authorized the Township Administrator to provide a letter of support to the Ohio Department of Transportation and Ohio, Kentucky, Indiana Regional Council of Governments for use and support of an application for federal grant funds to be used in the assistance of the Brent Spence Bridge Corridor Project. Do we have a motion?
So moved?
Second.
And with that, gentlemen, I'll plug real fast. There, through the OKI relationship and collaboration there has been a few requests that, again, have come in, and I've been able to send them over to Ms. Ayers to start drafting those letters so that we can, obviously, the whole region benefits from the project. That bridge has been in disrepair for many years, so hopefully grant applications are able to be supported. With that, close discussion and roll call, Mr. Campbell.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Item M, approval of resolutions. So we have resolution 2022-18. This is a resolution amending the enterprise zone agreement with Slice of Stainless to adopt resolution 2022-18, amending the enterprise zone agreement originally approved by Union Township for Slice of Stainless, Inc., as originally approved in the resolution 2016-13, adopted on June 9th, 2016, and further authorize the execution of all documents relative thereto, the furtherance of the same. Do we have a motion?
So moved?
Second.
No discussion, gentlemen?
Yes.
Yes.
I just want to, I guess, point out that this is simply a name change for the business and
Correct.
not any kind of new agreement or deal of sorts. That's all.
Yes. Is that correct, Ms. Ayers?
That's true,
Yes.
absolutely.
I'll close discussion. Roll call, Mr. Campbell.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Motion carries.
And we've got resolution 2022-20. And I'm going to interject very fast here, Ms. Ayers, if I'm overlooking or if I have an administrative typo. Do we have a 2022-19? Are we holding that, reserving that for
That was actually used during the last meeting. This 18 was done
Good.
slightly out of order.
Good to go.
So the numbering is correct as they are. It was just out of order with the meetings.
Good to go. Thank you very much for that explanation. This is a 2022-20 resolution authorizing the vacation of certain land, adopt resolution 2022-20, authorizing the vacation of a portion of Yates Lane to provide the land to abutting landowners subject to statutory restrictions. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved?
Second?
Is there any discussion, gentlemen?
Yes.
Please go ahead.
So I had an interesting timing in finding Yates Lane. There's no sign that even says Yates Lane, and I attempted to drive down it just to kind of check things out. I was in my Audi as opposed to my pickup truck, so I just turned around and went back. So it's a rough road. So I wound up just kind of driving. There's a church parking lot where you can see that back there. So I just like, when we're approving some kind of change, I always just like to eyeball the properties, just to see what it is. I also looked at it on Google Maps. And, yeah, it's a pretty rough area. So anything we can do to help them to, get some business back there and combine some properties and get some economic development and clean up a mess, and it's pretty much a mess, I'm all for it.
Well said.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the site right there. Really, it's across the street from the Kroger's pickup, and that's the corner of 32 right there. So I know exactly what you're talking about. You look back there, you can't drive back there. So vacating this lane is going to allow the parcels to basically be put together for some investment dollars to be able to come in. Or that would be the hope, and that's, support this. So thank you very much, Ms. Flaherty, for working on this and getting this moving forward, Ms. Ayers, because I think that's great attention to detail for Mount Carmel so that we can create the environment for businesses to invest. Closed discussion at that, and Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, gentlemen, at this time, Resolution 2022-21, we're seeking a motion to approve the authorization, the sale of certain real property owned by Union Township to Ben Cook, authorizing the sale of real property parcel 413-106C021 located near 4147 Tealtown Road to Ben Cook for $1,363.50.
Chairman, if I may,
Yes.
just to quickly point out, that 4147 is a typographical error. It should be 4174. My apologies.
4174.
Yes,
Okay.
the parcel number is correct, which is the operative, but it is located 4174.
Okay. All right. I've got that listed here. Okay. Thank you very much. Is any discussion, gentlemen? Do we have a motion?
So moved?
Second?
Any discussion? Hearing none. Roll call, Mr. Campbell.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, gentlemen, move forward. Resolution 2022-22, resolution amending employee wages. We're asked to adopt a resolution authorizing the amendment of employee wages for the non-bargaining unit employees not listed in Resolution 2022-13 passed on March 8th, 2022. Do we have a motion?
So moved?
Second?
Is there any discussion?
May I be heard on
Yes,
this one
please.
just briefly? You're going to notice this is similar to the resolution that was passed in March for non-bargaining unit employees. In that original resolution, there was an employee missing. It was a strict typographical error. But the way the legislation was written, we wanted to make sure that it was very clear and very cut the record that this employee was set to be included. So this is correcting a previous error. It is nothing additional than what was passed previously.
Great, thank you very much for the clarification and the cleanup with that and capturing that. Definitely don't want the employee to feel singled out and not valued, so.
It was a simple
definitely
typographical
appreciate that. I'll close discussion, and Mr. Campbell, roll call?
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, gentlemen, moving forward, we've got Resolution 2022-23. This is a resolution authorizing the replat of lands owned by Union Township, transferring a portion of lands to Union Township Community Improvement Corporation. This adopting the resolution authorizing the replat of lands owned by Union Township in accordance with the replat map and transferring a portion of lands to the Union Township Community Improvement Corporation. Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved?
Second?
Any discussion, gentlemen?
Just very quickly, so this is the land that the old Glen Estee site sat on, and I know all of us up here support our West Clermont schools to make them whole, and that's a big part of this, so excited to be voting on this.
So this, and I think I'll add in that as far as any clarification, this is, and Ms. Ayers, you can probably speak to some of this too. We heard a few concerns earlier in the evening regarding that location. So this is the resolution that's basically closing out what has been a very long in the tooth process that has been started well before the board. So I'll hand it to you.
And I am coming into this a little later as well, but it's my understanding there's been some ongoing discussions about the old Glen SC site and developing that into a mix of residential, some retail, as well as a walking path and park property for the benefit of the community. So what this does this evening is work to replot the land so that it is appropriate for a phased-in form of development, and also helps transfer that first phase to the CIC so that the deal can continue. There will still be additional hearings for zoning and the like in the building process to make sure that there is appropriate barriers, foliage maintained, and that we're very sensitive to the neighbors that live in that community for trying to address any of the sound separation concerns that they have. So this is the first step in moving that land to the developer, but it is not the last step, and there will be continued time for input on what that looks like and what steps we can take to help shield some of the concerns that we've had raised with us.
Thank you. And I'll give some history just to address it is last year under the previous board, there's a PD plan development. And for some of you that may have felt like you didn't have notice or the public hearing, those are things I know that this board's wanting to look at as far as making sure that information gets out to residents. And it's not just the driveway number right next to the street address, but that residents have that, because that very well may be where you feel left out or don't have that involvement. But where we're at now is there's been a previous public hearing, like you saw tonight, and it was a plan that was approved and moved forward by the Board of Trustees. So that's what I'll say. It's kind of long in the tooth as far as where it's at down the path of the development. This board has worked, this board and this action here tonight, what it allows is to provide the opportunity for a mix of the residential, the retail, and green space amenities as those plans kind of continue to work through permitting and zoning, and help to enhance that community and kind of provide new options for residents. And I'll have to get with, our staff have to get with you after the meeting, ma'am. So we've got to stick to our.
Do you have zoning and public is allowed to come and listen to the zoning?
Yes, so with that, the question was asked as far as when's the public engagement. As I was stating, last year, there would have been zoning, a board of zoning, and then also in front of the Board of Trustees. And that's something, as far as see the look of concern, it's something I personally want to address. It's something for a little while now that I've been interested in, as far as I've had similar experiences where Township owned 14 acres of land behind my house, and neighbors, hundreds of neighbors woke up to bulldozers. No one had a notice of anything changing with it, but it didn't change. It was always single family, but you would think that 14 acres of woods and forest, residents would be aware of something. So we're trying to improve, my impact is we want to be able to communicate and listen better with the community, and that's part of the community engagement, and that's why you see things like the Citizen Advisory Board for the Parks and Rec Committee. But again, all these things like a strategic plan take time to put infrastructure in place and take steps as we move forward. So we're trying to, be able to be successful with the cards that we are dealt and move swiftly and agilely with, being kind of disciplined speed there, so we can continue to move forward with the business of the township. So I appreciate your concerns. Our staff will get with you, and I apologize for any inconveniences that you may have. Gentlemen, at this time, we'll close the discussion.
Just a question. Ms. Sayers, do you have any kind of map on this at all? Is that drawn out of what it's going to look like?
It'd be in the previous PD. So,
Mr. Fly, we do have the proposed layout. Obviously, the phasing can change slightly, and there can be some amendments still at this point, but we do have the proposed at this point.
Great, okay, good.
I'll close discussion and roll call, Mr. Campbell.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, gentlemen, we'll move on to Resolution 2022-24. This is a resolution authorizing the grant of easement to Union Township Apartments ILLC, granting easement to access Union Township. Do we have a motion? Do we, on the floor?
So moved?
Second.
Do we have any discussion, gentlemen?
No, sir.
And roll call?
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker? Yes. Mr. Logan?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, gentlemen, we are down to comments from board members. I'll give you, either of you the floor. Do you have comments at this time?
I'll defer to the vice chairman first.
Okay, I got like 2 hours of sleep last night, so if I seem off tonight, that's why. I had a sick kiddo all night, so if I seem a little off, that's why. So I do, I don't mind the public comments. I actually encourage it, even if, a lot of these concerns are near and dear to some of your hearts, and I get that, you're passionate about it. That does not bother me at all. And so, first thing, I wanted to make sure, so, now, I'm left-handed, I'm chicken scratch, as you guys are all talking. So, Mr. Austin, you talked about Klepper Lane, Buxton. Mr. Taylor, correct me if I'm wrong, a lot of that was engineer's office as mixed with, you and Mr. Geis and working with ODOT. Am I right on all that?
I believe that portion of Clever was the
Correct, yeah, so, I'm sorry that you're unhappy with it. I don't really know, there's not really much we can do about it. Now, when there's growth, there has to be new streets made, things like that. And it's, but you probably, I don't, what, Ms. Harris, do you know why there's guys out there surveying? Am I wrong? Am I thinking of the wrong property, that's not Mr. Imbus's property?
That is, it,
Am I in the wrong section?
I'd like to make sure I clarify before we have too
Okay.
many comments, and that's why I will follow up with the
Fair enough.
neighbors.
Okay,
I
fair
believe
enough.
that is not necessarily
But
that part.
I just want you to know, I took notes of what you were talking about, and I will make sure we get back to you. Mr. Totten, is that correct? Is he still here? Totten, okay, so, first of all, I think I live on a half acre, maybe a little less, of property, so I can't imagine shooting on my property. I think my neighbors would shoot me if I was out there shooting, so, and I'm very Second Amendment, but, I promise you this, we will put the right person, to go out there and make sure that stops. Because, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Gaviglia, that is illegal to do. Am I right or wrong on that?
No, sir, it's actually, the legislation is very confusing in regards to that.
So you're saying I can shoot on my subdivision property anytime I want?
I would
My
never,
backyard?
I would never, ever give you that advice, because you're responsible for anything that leaves your property. I actually think it's a poor idea and a poor decision. I personally would never do it. However, that doesn't make it illegal. We've been down this road, there are several properties that the gentleman explained throughout the township. There's about 8 or 10 families throughout the township that shoot, and they have rather elaborate backstops and safety features. And
Okay.
a township obviously cannot craft legislation and laws that are contrary to the Ohio Revised Code. That's the pinch we're in. Now, there was an interesting thing on Duncan there. As a number of people coming over, is that now an unlicensed shooting range? So maybe there are some options to explore in this regard moving forward, but to simply say it's illegal and not, I would never offer you an attorney's opinion. I would just simply say I wouldn't arrest anybody for it.
So, so look, I'm as pro Second Amendment as it gets, but it's moronic to be shooting on a quarter acre, half acre subdivisional lot. That just makes no sense. So, Ms. Ayers, do we have any idea on township? We could pass different zoning, but is that something that we cannot do?
I think it's something that we can certainly take a look at,
Okay,
and
okay, fair enough.
I'll be happy to advise you about what we think
Fair
the best path forward is, and there might be some
I mean-
conversations with the county as well about what some of the regulations can be.
I'm just literally trying to picture shooting in my backyard. There's also gun safety, so, okay. Mr. Hunley, you brought up the cemetery, and I have to tell you, I am on your side on this. And we don't have cemetery police. You know, it's not like our police officers are going out there and monitoring our gravestones and all that. But we do have rules in place. I don't have anybody buried at our cemetery. Can't say that I probably wouldn't put up some memorial there. Can't say that I wouldn't. I'm on your side on this, and, you know, the reason why, and Mr. Taylor has done a lot of research on this, we cannot put vases mounted there because it is not thick enough. Am I right or wrong? It won't hold it. It just won't hold it for a period. So the existing ones, it's not gonna happen. It can't. It just physically can't happen. Shame on whoever, because they didn't do enough research to think about putting that on there. I totally am in favor. Any new one, I promise you as a trustee, any new column burials that we, you know, make, we'll allow that. I don't care about uniformity. Well, this one allows you to have a vase, this one doesn't. Moving forward, that will happen, as long as I have any say with it. I want you to know that. And I know we're gonna get into the discussion of, is it gonna look sloppy if someone decorates theirs like crazy and then it's going into the other, you know, other person's side, and I know we're gonna get into that, discussion, but it's also kind of like, can adults be adults and, you know, babysit their dogs at the parks as well? I gotta tell you, if I had a loved one buried, I would put up a picture. I would tape it there. I would do something. I would probably. I'm on your side on this. Just trustees, something I want you to think about yourself, meditate on, because I can't blame someone for having their loved one in this urn box and not being able to put up some kind of decoration there. Think about it, put yourself in their shoes. I'm just gonna say that, and I do want you to think about it. I don't know if it's possible, but I'd like to see if we can make it possible. I'm on your side on this. I hear you loud and clear. And Mr. Hicks, I took some notes on yours as well. 2 meetings a month. You know, I don't know. We talked about this last night. I got to tell you, my opinion, I think a good leader surrounds themselves with better people that are smarter. And there's no doubt, I believe, I'm one of the youngest ones up in this entire room here. And I would say I'm probably the least wisest. Okay, so, but when I got my fiscal officer, who's been up here the longest, and Mr. Taylor, and at the time it was Mr. Wright, and both my chiefs over here saying, I think we can get business done in 1 meeting per month. I have to listen to my, you know, my seniors, and I respect them. Now, if they think that we can't conduct business properly, I'm okay with going to 2 a month. And I got to tell you, I asked folks that attend our meetings regularly, you know, the same question, and they were okay with 1 meeting a month. But I don't have a problem with going back to 2. Hold on. And I don't have a problem with it. I get it, more communication as well. So there's pros and cons to both. But I got to tell you, I respect both our chiefs. I respect my administrator. I respect all these gentlemen over here. And if they say we can conduct business and get everything done in 1 meeting, I'm good with that. And I'll tell you this, so only been a trustee for, we'll call it 5 months now. And I do like both these gentlemen sitting to my left, but I was elected to do a job. And if they ever act out with no integrity, if I see a lack of integrity, I'll call them out. I have no problem with that. I have a job to do. You know, my job comes first over any kind of relationship or liking them or not. And I got to tell you, neither one of them, in my opinion, have lacked integrity since I've been a board member with them at all. And I fully support them. Mr. Wright, we had done a lot of business with Brickler & Eckler and their law firm previously, many years in the past. And again, we hired Miss Ayers to be our CEO of the township. She is the one that guides us. We obviously give the final authorization. At the time, it was Mr. Wright, and he's the one that recommended Brickler & Eckler and Brody or Mr. Conover to be our law director. And got to tell you, he's doing a fine job. And Brickler & Eckler look, Union Township's got 50,000 residents, just shy of 50,000 residents. A lot going on, Union Township. We need a firm that can handle Eastgate Mall. I hear that all the time. Eastgate Mall, what are you doing? What are you doing? And our previous law director, it was just too small. That's just one example, but Union Township's big, and we needed a law firm that could handle everything that Union Township has. This is not a small township. We're very large. As a matter of fact, I think we'd be top 10 if we were a city in the state of Ohio, if we were a city. So I fully support that decision of hiring Mr. Conover. He's done a fine job, and the knowledge that they bring, I think it was a good decision. I fully support it, and I think Mr. Wright's recommendation was spot on. So I wanted to make sure I addressed public comments. Believe it or not, my comments were actually brief before that. So Mother's Day was Sunday. Happy belated Mother's Day. I was raised by a single mother. It was me, my mother, and my sister growing up, and got a soft heart for mothers, so happy Mother's Day to everyone. This past week was National Day of Prayer in downtown Batavia. It was a great showing. Chief Dimling, bless you, brother. Thank you for being there. And your daughter as well, who is a deputy with our county. Yeah, thank you for representing us there. And my wife sang God Bless America. It was a good event. It was great. No politics at all. It was just prayer, and that's, my God, that is absolutely what our country needs right now. So last night, attended the Clermont Chamber Legislative reception, and I just want to point out, I really appreciate our chamber. Our chamber I really enjoy that relationship we have with them. I think Joy and Andrew and Heather and Allie over there, they're all doing a great job. We're open for business, and I want to be a business-friendly township, and the chamber's helping us with that. And to go along with that, Union Township's open for business. And so anyone that wants to chase their dream, small company, large company, we are open for business, and if we can help in any way, we absolutely will. And last thing is we got these absolutely adorable, and I've got a 12-year-old, 7-year-old, and a 4-year-old, so this is really sweet. We got these letters in the mail from these students at Willowville Elementary. Looks like third graders, inviting us trustees out to come to their Memorial Day parade and celebration there at Willowville, and Lord willing, I should be there, but these are very cute letters. That is on this Wednesday, 5/25. Also, I'm very excited about this. Look, I don't like spending money if we don't have to, but I'm pro-life. I believe in protecting the unborn, and we are going to be the very first township in Clermont County to install a baby box. Second in Greater Cincinnati, so we're spearheading that at Station 50. And thank you, Ms. Ayers and Chief, for getting this done. I believe the cost was $15,000 for this. But check this out. If you Google search it, Chicago had several deaths because, and no judgment, okay, but mothers dropping off their newborns at a firehouse, no one knows, baby dies. That's not going to happen in Union Township if we can avoid it. So pro-life, I love it. And I just want to say again, we talked about it briefly, but 5/25 at 10 a.m. Taziki Mediterranean. 5/27, I'm sorry, is a grand opening for the restaurant. Clearly, I have not had enough sleep. So that is all I got, gentlemen. Sorry for being long-winded.
Mr. Becker?
Okay, I don't have a whole lot to add to all of that. Just a couple of thoughts. So on the surveying, so first off, I had the advantage of sitting here with a laptop and typing in addresses in Google Maps and satellite view, and I'm kind of checking things out. So anyway, I believe that is a Glen Estee property. Just because they're surveying in that area doesn't mean they're going to be bulldozing in that area. I mean, just surveying is just part of what they do when they're going to be doing anything. You know, hopefully there's going to be plenty of green space around your property. I appreciate your concerns. The shooting range. So when I was in the General Assembly, a question would come up. There was always somebody in Miami Township. So the story would go like this. Residents would complain. Guy's got a shooting range in his backyard. The cops would show up. They'd have a friendly conversation. Both the cops and the residents know he's not doing anything illegal, nothing the cops can do. Cops leave. That's the end of it until the next time around. And then then it repeats itself. So there are rules in the Ohio Revised Code with shooting ranges or people in the backyard, plinking, and there's not a lot of rules. So you can't be creating a dangerous situation. You can't be shooting across a roadway, for example, or if there's a school I think behind the shooting range, you can't use it. So there are some rules with it. I think the only way we could get involved is if they're shooting like at 3 in the morning, and it's a noise nuisance type of thing. I think that would cross the line and get Chief Gaviglia to have somebody arrested. But if it's during the day, it's not in the middle of the night, frankly, we just can't. Even if we wanted to, we can't do anything about a shooting range, as long as we're not doing anything dangerous or illegal. And a shooting range in and of itself, even on a quarter-acre lot in a residential area, it's just not illegal. It may be stupid, but it's not illegal. So couple of other things. I've been trash talking with Scott Berkey. He's our inspector. And so there's been issues that residents have complained to me about, and, and I see it, and, along Old 74, and what appears to be going on is there's a lot of trash that's blowing out of the Kroger parking lot, and it's blowing, toward Old 74. So a lot of it's like Park Bank and Office Max, and so our inspector, Mr. Berkey, he's looking at, the maps of who owns what property where, and what we can do in terms of enforcement, and he got it done. If you drive behind Office Max, and I took that tour today, it is cleaned up. I mean, it's not 100% gone, but it's 99% gone. So, but it's going to be a constant maintenance thing. But they cleaned up all the way to Old 74, even in the right-of-way where they really didn't need to. So all that's real cleaned up now, and I really want to call out Mr. Berkey for getting that done, making that happen. The last thing I have is something I'm interested in doing, and it all kind of started with me going to, so I'm going to every restaurant in Union Township. Kind of a tall order, but I'm kind of enjoying it, not gaining weight, but, it's kind of iffy. So I'm trying to identify where some of these restaurants are. Instead of just calling everything Eastgate, is it in Summerside, is it in Glen Estee, is it in Mount Carmel, is it in Willowville? And I didn't grow up here. So, I moved here in 1985. So I-275 was here, the Eastgate Mall was here. To me, everything was Eastgate. So, so I'm learning a whole lot with this, and what I've got at the county, I got the GIS people, GIS, I had to write that down, Geographic Information Systems. So they draw maps, and they plot out on these maps pretty much about anything you want. And they said they can kind of take a stab at it because a lot of these areas kind of never had defined boundaries, they've never been incorporated. And, I've seen some maps showing Tabasco going as being the entire southwest corner of Union Township, from Clough Pike south all the way to the Hamilton County border and to Pierce Township and to Withensville. So that kind of that corner of it, which begs the question: is the Cherry Grove Mall really in Cherry Grove? Not according to that map. Cherry Grove's not even in Union Township. So it kind of depends on who you ask. So I'm having GIS kind of come up with a draft. And so where we might be going with all of that, and this might be a future presentation when I kind of get off the finance kick, is kind of show a map where some of these old communities are. And some of the people who grew up here that are my age or older, I think will appreciate that and kind of bringing some identity back to what these old communities used to be. So I'm keeping a list of all these restaurants, and I'm starting to use terms like Summerside and Glen Estee and Mount Carmel and Tabasco to identify where they are. And that concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Becker. So, gentlemen, I'll just state and to the public, this is just exciting to be here. We're right at about 2.5 hours. We've had some longer remarks this evening, but we're getting an incredible amount of work done. We've still, really at that day one for being able to get any larger formal strategic changes in place. Consent agenda items that we can break out as needed when someone needs to talk about it, but just those different structural items, and as I referenced, a working session. That is something that other locations have. Sometimes that's an annual, sometimes that's a 6-month. I mean, other locations have annual plans. I think that's phenomenal. I think that's the right way to manage business and be held accountable. But I know it doesn't just come tomorrow, or I shouldn't have expected it on the doorstep yesterday. It's not, we're not Amazon. So with that, I want to share this comment, why I'm so excited. It's not just getting charged up at this meeting, and I'm with you. I was pretty much up all night. I had not with you up all night, but I was up all night with my children coming into the room. I mean, I'm on zero sleep. So, that's just the same comment, right? I mean, but with that, what's so exciting, what makes us so great, seeing your faces, seeing you come out here, having comments from residents, this is one. I'd like to say thank you for bringing a breath of fresh air to the township. Don't take that as a negative on anything in the past. Don't take that as a negative on anything in the prior, foundation that is here. I mean, over time, organizations and organizational culture, if you're not changing, sometimes things are getting stale. If you're not, in the Marine Corps, we call it shooting and moving. You gotta be moving quick. But you're following an overarching mission, vision, and values. So it's just exciting to hear that. So with that, that is what the people have elected a new leadership role in, and that leadership culture really, it just sets the tone for the organization, and the organization sets these outcomes. As you see, Mr. Taylor having resources to get things done and addressed and hear from the residents, and, we're working through that. But as we hear from the residents, we're able to address things like, take some new steps now in the dog parks. So that's exciting. That impacts, if you go by the poll right there, that's 80%. I think it's closer to 90%. People are very happy about it, and we can work through the details on the rest of it. So, so with that, couple comments on Brody's in here. I want to say, Brody, it's great to have you, in here with us tonight. I know we may have been in high school for 1 year, but I didn't really know you then, and I wish I would have, as I've come to learn and find out, that you authored the Yellow Book on sunshine laws. Not the whole thing, I don't know the whole extent there, but you had a hand in actually writing that Yellow Book, which to me, that's full circle. When I was, newly in as trustee and I was trying to get resources to help educate myself, I was able to find on the Attorney General's website, the Yellow Book, and have it sent to my door. And that, so that's great. Your firm is just wildly successful in economic development world. Caleb Bell is the one that's really known. His reputation and for Bricker and Eckler speaks for itself throughout Ohio and nationally. And I believe we've got some board members in this room here tonight that also use Bricker and Eckler. If I see West Clermont School District uses Bricker and Eckler. So it's both local, and I believe the Port Authority is using Bricker and Eckler as well. So, that speaks for itself. But that's why I also believe Bricker and Eckler, being hired years ago by this township for those more complex economic development deals and the success that was built here, which is why we're just excited about having you represent the township now and into the future. So this just goes right on back to that fresh breath of fresh air. So just appreciate that support. So last couple items to close on, we recently had the Salute to Leaders. And we recognize American Legion Post 72, Ron Hartman as the commander there. He's Ohio State Hall of Fame for veterans. Has just done a tremendous amount of giving back to the community, and just a wonderful event that has put on. As we round the corner and we push into Memorial Day here in 2 weeks, again, the comment was brought earlier about remembering our lost loved ones, and also, those red poppies that were after Civil War that marked the gravestones. And, I've been right there. I've been in the trenches with the guys. 184 of us deployed to Iraq, and 23 were killed and 37 were wounded in a 7-month period. Tomorrow is actually a day that, back in 2005, I was on a vehicle, got off of it 30 seconds later. It hit an IED that was planted by General Soleimani's forces, and 6 of our Marines were killed. And I was the first one to see them, and I was up there to medevac and work on them. And so Memorial Day is, it's important to everyone. And it's important to all those that serve. We all serve. Everyone that's out here tonight, you're doing your civic duty. That makes me feel good. So I appreciate you for being here. So thank you for that. Moving forward into some of our regular upcoming events. This is exciting. Another kind of fresh aspect is Summer Concert Series is starting May 14th. And what we have done to freshen that up is a little bit of review on the bands. This is the Varner Netherton Revival. And we have on the 28th of May, Strange Love. There will also be food trucks attending and coming out. So it'll make for a better force multiplier of that environment. I've asked our administrator, Susan, to please look into adjusting the schedule, maybe bumping it up 2 hours earlier to about 6 p.m. I know that a lot of local jurisdictions that have those concert series in the summer, I've seen that they start earlier. I also think it's more family friendly. I think it also gets people either returning or getting back home before it is very dark. Those concerts in the past have gone, pretty dark. pretty late. So I think that there's value and benefit, and I would just put that in front to start to consider, but she's going to work through the details on if there's any pros and cons with that. Another exciting aspect, again, building on the foundation from before, is the farmers market will begin May 27th. That'll be here at the Civic Center and Park and Ride from 4 to 7 p.m. and will be every Friday through October. A lot of residents are very excited and happy about that. I'm happy we're able to execute that and get that done. The township offices will be closed Memorial Day on Monday 30th, May 30th, 2022, and our next trustees meeting is June 14th, 2022. And that closes out. You'd hit on all these following comments. There's one last thing I'm going to leave you with as a parting thought. You asked, I believe, last month, Mr. Becker, about the rock out front and something that we could do. And I did have a thought a few days or a few weeks ago, and then when Ms. Spradlin spoke earlier too, it kind of embarked on the same thought. I don't think that there's any recognition of former trustees in the township. Someone correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think that there is, and I think that a rock, to me, symbolizes the foundation, right? And I think that there could be an opportunity to maybe figure out a way to put some type of recognition on former trustees for building upon that foundation, because we want to continue moving onward and upward and forward. So that's just a thought from Mike for tonight. So with that, gentlemen, I want to move us forward on the agenda here. We got a few business items that Ms. Ayers wants to speak with us on. So executive session, I'll look for a motion to enter into executive session pursuant to Ohio Revised Code 121.22 Golf as follows. Item 1, to consider the employment and compensation of a public employee. Item 2, preparing for negotiations on or bargaining sessions with public employees concerning their compensation or other terms and conditions of their employment. Item 3, to consider confidential information related to the marketing plan, specific business strategy, trade secrets, or personal financial statements of an applicant for economic development assistance. The information to be discussed is directly related to a request for economic development assistance that is to be provided or administered under any provision of Chapter 715, 725, 1724, or 1728, or Sections 701.07, 3735.67 to 3735.70, 5709.40 to 5709.43, 5709.61 to 5709.69, 5709.73 to 5709.75, or 5709.77 to 5709.81 of the revised code. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second. Do I have a second?
Yeah, I will second that without asking you to repeat it.
Mr. Kane will call the roll.
Yes.
Becker? Yes. Mr. Logue?
Yes.
We're into executive session at 8:48 p.m.
Thank you very much. Yes, it's all those 8-digit grids for calls for fire in the past. All right, gentlemen, at this time, I'll entertain a motion to exit executive session with no action taken at 10:45 PM.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion, gentlemen? I got the motion correct, right? All right. Mr. Campbell, call the roll.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Gentlemen, at this time, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn the meeting.
So moved.
Second.
No discussion. It is 10:46 PM. Roll call, Mr. Campbell?
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
We're adjourned at 10:46 PM.
Thank you. Justin, thank you.